All right, good evening, everyone. I'm going to call the Thursday, May 21st business meeting of Narberth Borough Council to order. Let's go ahead with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Stop. We call the roll.
Yes. President Bush,
Here.
Vice President Rickards,
Here.
Councilmember Samuelson,
Here.
Councilmember Borough, Councilmember Spear,
Here.
Councilmember Gaudini,
Here.
and Councilmember Stratton,
Here.
and Mayor Dana Edwards is not present.
I'll have some brief comments. First of all, the Memorial Day Parade is coming up on Monday. Gathering is at 9:30 and the parade will start at 9:30. Anyway, Monday morning, Memorial Day Parade. Please come out and support our veterans, our Boy Scouts, anybody else in mind. Thanks to everyone coming out. This has been obviously we're in the middle of our discussion of potential zoning changes. I know it's an issue of great community interest. We've received a lot of emails on the topic, and there's a lot of discussion going on behind the scenes. And I just want to thank everybody for sending out emails and for coming out here to discuss it. Just to take a quick note, we are going to have a presentation from Valley Forge Tourism about America 250, and then we will move on to public comment. We're going to cheat the agenda slightly. So we'll have one presentation and then we'll move on to public comment. Okay, I will, is this microphone?
You have to talk into it.
Is it, okay, really? Is this working any better? No.
They're on.
Okay, it's going to be plugged in, so. It's longer. All right. It's okay if I'm here. I just don't want the breathing to be able to. Now I'm not. Okay, so do you want to test your microphone over there, Cindy? Okay, that one sounds like it's working. Okay, council members. So if you need to, we'll pass the mic around. We'll do our best here. Actually, this way. A little more centrally, so I can use it. Okay. So thanks for bearing with us while we're in this bigger room. It does give us a few difficulties at times, but we weren't sure exactly how many people we're gonna be here tonight. So. And I believe the mayor has submitted a report that we'd like read. So, Councilor Stratton.
Thank you. Yeah. Mayor Edwards is not available tonight, and he asked me. Can you hear me? Yeah. Closer to the mic.
I think that's as close as we got.
How about that? Better? All right, thank you. Mayor Edwards is not able to be with us today. He asked if I could read the mayor's report, and this is what Dana asked me to read. Before we move into tonight's agenda, which I know is heavily focused on zoning topics, I wanted to take a brief moment to reflect on something positive in our community. Please note that both sets of parents agreed that I could mention this tonight. Two Narberth residents, Gracie Fitzpatrick and Samantha Burdo, from Lower Merion High School's rowing program, recently won the girls' JV 2X at the Philadelphia City Championships on May 2nd and 3rd. And then they went on to compete at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta on May 15th and 16th, which is the largest scholastic rowing regatta in the world. and where they advanced through the time trials and won their semifinal. This Friday and Saturday, they will compete, represent our area at the SRAA National Championships in Tennessee. Dana writes, I think moments like this are a reminder that while we often spend time discussing challenges and difficult decisions, Norwood is also a community filled with incredibly talented and hardworking people, and that's something worth being proud of. I ask that we, as government officials, remember the positive of our community is very strong.
Thank you. All right, thank you. It's Borough Manager, for us.
All right, I'll have to talk loud. I can project. So some good news, I wanted to announce that we just received word today that the borough was awarded our Monco 2040 Implementation Grant Award in the amount of $250,000 for the Elm Grove Park Pedestrian Bridge. So this is a fantastic asset for us. We're really excited and really grateful to receive this grant award. We worked really hard on the application, and what this means is that we will offset the cost of the construction of this pedestrian bridge. So this is the footpath between Elmwood Avenue and Wynwood Road. So that's going to be coming down. We're going to be putting a new bridge there and some other stream improvements and a stormwater facility. So it's a great project, and we're really excited to receive the grant award. And the $250,000 is going to go a long way. That's over half of the project costs towards offsetting any borough capital funds for the implementation and construction of this project. We do have another grant application for the same project to fund the rest of the projects. We won't find out about that grant award though until later in the year, so we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that our hard work pays off for that one as well. Wanted also just to make an announcement about some of our staff time and just staffing in general. So we had our records clerk left us. She has moved on to a new position. Her last day was last Friday, so we are backfilling that position. So we've been a little bit short-staffed. And until we onboard our new person fully, we just ask the patience of our residents and contractors. We're doing the best we can. We're going to stay on top of everything, but just wanted to let you know that we have a changeover happening in our staffing in the admin department. And then along with some of the time that we've been spending on various things, we've continued to receive a high number of right-to-know requests, which does occupy a significant amount of our time. So we, at this point, have received how many have we received? 31 right-to-knows this year alone. We had, how many in total last year? We had 44 in total all of last year. So we have a really high number of right-to-know requests. And I reported on this last month. We spent about 40 staff hours responding to right-to-know requests in April, and we spent another 40 hours in May responding to right-to-know requests. So just from a staffing perspective, this does take some time, which does take away from our ability to work on other things. So just wanted to make that announcement. And otherwise, some other good news though is that thinking of capital projects, we have completed the sewer lining project on Brayling Avenue in Wynwood Court. Originally, we were heading into this year with a project cost of $325,000. We were expecting that we would have to actually trench the roadway and replace the pipe. But through the hard work of our Public Works Department and our engineering team, we were able to find a better solution. So we were able to line the pipe, which meant that it's secured in place. So we did not have to do trenching of the roadway. We didn't have to replace the pipe in full. And that saved us a significant disruption to the community and cost. So the total ended up being $80,880 as opposed to a projected cost of $325,000, which represents obviously a huge savings for us. And we're grateful that we continue to invest in our infrastructure in the borough. Coming up of interest might be 2 zoning hearing boards. Those will be held May 28th. We have additional information on the website about those 2. And otherwise, those are going to be the highlights for the month.
All right, thank you. And I'll note that we do our best to provide all public information that we can on our website. So meeting minutes, packets, lots of our data that we get, surveys, information that we receive, we generally put up for the public. And instead of submitting a right-to-know request, if there's something that you feel the borough should be providing to the public, let us know, and we may be able to do it. So at this point, I would like to entertain a motion to change the agenda to move the presentation 8A, the Valley Forge Tourism proposal, to be next on the agenda. Anybody wanting to make that motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? This is just at the request to try to make the meeting flow a little better. Since the Valley Forge presentation is unrelated to what a lot of the public comments may be. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of changing the agenda to put the Valley Forge tourism item next? Any opposed? Okay, so on that note, we will have the new item, what are we going to call it, 7? Valley Forge tourism. And do you want the mic up there, or how do you want to do this?
I can project.
Want to try project? All right, try it, and we'll move the mic if we need to.
Well, actually, can you use the mic because if we have the ones.
Okay, so the request is to move the mic. Is that one going to be easier
Fred,
or
we
this
won't
one?
need that one during the presentation, so
All right.
we just want
Here you go.
to, just this part, right? Yeah, just the mic,
Slide
we
it
can leave
forward.
the stand.
Thanks.
Maybe the clicker for the slides. We don't, just hit the.
Thank you so much for having us this evening. My name is Tessa Robinson. I'm a comm specialist with Valley Forge Tourism. I'm here this evening to just go over our organization a little bit, as well as all of our A250 plans and initiatives that are coming up in just a little bit in a couple of weeks. So to start, just a brief overview of our organization, who we are and what we do. We are a sales and marketing organization for the entirety of Montgomery County. We work to promote the county as a destination for sporting events, meetings, conventions, and leisure travel. We are a private nonprofit, which is a 501c and we're membership based. We're actually funded by hotel tax, so for every hotel room that's sold in Montgomery County, we get a 4% of that back, which we then pour back into marketing the county for more hotel room nights, so it's kind of secular. I always like to answer this question, why we call ourselves Valley Forge Tourism instead of Montgomery County Tourism, and that's because there are 18 Montgomery counties across the United States. Our sales team does go both nationally and internationally to market our destination, so we see a lot more recognition with that Valley Forge name due to the historical park and the history that happened there. People kind of associate that with being outside of Philadelphia, which is what we want. So we do work to promote the entire county, not just the Valley Forge area. And then just briefly, our vision and mission. Our vision is a must-experience destination rooted in the past and leading the future, and our mission is to inspire the world to fall in love with Montgomery County, PA. And why tourism is so important in our area and to our community. There's a total economic impact of $2.5 billion per year in tourism alone in our county. And that's about 40,000 tourism jobs as well. So it's very important, our job, tourism would exist without us, but we work to bolster it in our community and get that economic impact even higher year after year. Really quick, we have a marketing side and a sales side of our organization. These are some of the things you would see in our marketing side. We have a social media presence, our digital marketing team with our website and our newsletters. We have a whole co-op team over with our membership. We have an in-house creative team that does all of our graphic design. We have a PR team, and then we also have our mascot Monty, who goes to our events and helps us promote our brand as well. When it comes to members, we're very proud to have over 500 members of our organization. They are all local businesses in and around the area that are looking to tap into our network. So we have a lot of networking events. They have full access to our marketing team and our sales team as well. So there's a lot of benefits there, and we're always looking to connect with further businesses in the county. We have 3 digital and print publications that we publish every year. That's our Visitor's Guide, our Arts Guide, and our Creative Dining Guide. All of our members are automatically listed in the back of these guides, so that's one benefit to being a member. We also print more than 200,000 copies of these and distribute them through high traffic areas throughout the county. These guides are also available online at our website for both the digital version and you can request your own copy. When it comes to our website, we're very proud to see over 3 million annual page views per year. That's actually, we've already surpassed 3 million this year, which is just a testament to how much interest there is in this area during this historic year when we're celebrating America's birthday. And our consumer e-news has over 17,000 subscribers and goes out on a weekly basis featuring members, featuring businesses, and featuring events happening in the county. Our social channels, we are primarily on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. We have over 300,000 social media followers across those platforms, and we see about 25 million video views per year. This is just an example of some of the social content that we create and that we push out to the county. This is Maple Acre Farms implement meeting. So our videographer actually took this video, but this is the kind of content that we like to produce to get people to either come here or find new attractions in the area. When it comes to our annual events, we just wrapped up our 20th annual Rev Run in April, end of April. That was really, really exciting. It was obviously a historic year. We gave back $100,000 to Valley Forge National Park, which was a huge deal. We're very proud to support our national park. Our travel rally is actually next Tuesday, and also our Monco Golf Classic. That's a celebration of National Travel and Tourism Week, where we give some industry updates and also just celebrate the impact that tourism has on the county. We have quarterly Monco meetups, which is for our members and prospective members. They're held around the county in different areas. We try to spread it out to every corner, but we invite anybody who's interested in our membership program out. They're free to attend, and a networking opportunity for a lot of our members. Our annual luncheon is in October every year, and it's our biggest event. We see usually between 600 and 700 people, and it's just a huge party. We give an end of year wrap up, our annual report, and then a little bit of what we're looking towards the next year. Our Monco Jazz Fest is an initiative that we started a couple years ago as part of our Arts Monco campaign. We encourage businesses across the county to participate. It's usually a week long. We get different venues and different places to host jazz concerts and jazz performances, everything from one singular live musician with a guitar to an entire band. We usually have a kickoff, and the reason that I include this is because we're always looking for other venues for this. So if there are any restaurants, venues that are interested in participating or would like to host jazz or are already hosting jazz, please let us know. And then before we get into A250, our last little self-promo is our Freedom from Hunger campaign. We do this every fall. We kick it off at the end of August. We take over a soup kitchen, and we raise money all fall for MON, which is the Monco Anti-Hunger Network, and they support over 70 soup kitchens throughout the county to give food to the food insecure. And then I'm going to move this over so you can hear this. But this is our commercial that we created for America 250, and this year it will run through July, but I'm going to show it to you before I speak to it more.
America began with a spark. And in Valley Forge in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, a retreat reignited a revolution. Centuries later, the history that was made here still shapes our landscape with stories waiting to be discovered. These sacred halls and hallowed grounds are alive with the memory of world-changing events, echoing forward for future generations to hear. An opportunity to turn back the clock and witness history march off the page and into our imaginations. On our country's momentous 250th anniversary, it's time to reconnect, to remember, and to reignite our own spark on a retreat unlike any other. In Valley Forge and Montgomery County, we honor our past. We celebrate the present and build the future together.
So you heard a little bit of our messaging in there, the retreat to Valley Forge. So that is our slogan this year. We actually stole it from the National Park. We kind of did a partnership there. But it's basically a play on what George Washington did. He retreated to Valley Forge to regroup with his troops. We're asking people to retreat in 2026 with their families, to regroup, get away from some of the chaos. There's a million things happening in the Philadelphia region this year. So we're saying, come out, enjoy some space, enjoy some trails, enjoy some fun in Montgomery County. This is one of our initiatives that we started, the Houses of Declaration. This is happening over the 4th of July weekend, which is the 3rd through 5th. It's called Houses of Declaration, and basically it's live readings of the Declaration of Independence. So this was inspired by the way people would have heard the Declaration of Independence back in 1776, whether you were out, at a tavern, whatever, with your out in society, that's where you would have heard the Declaration read when somebody came through with a scroll and read it to everybody. So we kind of wanted to recreate that this year as a way to honor 1776. So these are the locations that we have thus far. We have about 20 going on that weekend, and we are looking for more participants. So if you have any historic destinations or an event that's happening that you think a live reading of the Declaration would fit in well, please let us know.
How many here already?
Oh, amazing. That's even better. And then, as I was saying, our Retreat to Valley Forge campaign is running through this summer, and that is just encouraging people to come out to Valley Forge in Montgomery County. We're also celebrating 50 years of Valley Forge National Historical Park, which is very cool. They're the only national park that shares a birthday with their country. So we'll be celebrating both on one weekend. The celebrations will be taking place in the park. They're expecting a couple thousand people, and that will be everything from reenactments to cannon firings to educational workshops, all kinds of programming. And then we're also gearing up for their 250th anniversary, which is in 2027 and 2028, which is when George Washington and his encampment would have been at Valley Forge. Another initiative that we're taking part of is the Pennsylvania Highway of Heroes. We are one of 6 locations throughout Pennsylvania that are part of this pass. And if you kind of go on a history tour and you experience all 6 of them and check in, you can actually get the commemorative set of points that you see to the left there. So you have to go to all 6 to get them, but we are very proud of the arch on the bottom right one. It's very cool to be included, and we've seen a lot of traction with this thus far. It's running from this March to next March, and people seem to be really enjoying it. So we're encouraging through social, through web, for people to get out and explore Pennsylvania history this year. And then this is not meant to be read at all. It's more so to show you exactly how much is happening in and around this region this year. So we kind of split it up by different partners of ours, our events, Philadelphia events, regional events, expo events, some of our sporting events, all of that good stuff. But basically this is just, again, to show you everything that's happening in this region and how much we're trying to capitalize on all the people here for these things. So for example, PGA just wrapped up, and it was actually in Aronimink, which is outside of Montgomery County, but we timed Cirque du Soleil, which is happening in Oaks, at the same time to try to draw people out of Delco into Montgomery County. So if you're here for that, come to us for something else. That's kind of one of the ways that we are capitalizing on all of the momentum in this region. And that part of that is also our retreat campaign. So thank you so much. If you have any questions or if you want to get in contact with any of our team members about anything I talked about, please let me know on business cards, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so quick question. Thank you for this, by the way. I did think you were connected with the park, Valley Forge Park, so I learned something right off of the bat. So we have a tremendous amount of community events where we see through the Narberth Business Association and other groups kind of that fall under that umbrella, we see a tremendous amount of non-Narberth residents who come in for that. How do we partner with you to get word out more broadly?
Yeah. So we have many townships or boroughs that are actually members of our organization. We're more than happy to support membership or not. But if you are a member, you actually get access to our HQ portal. You can submit event listings. But also, I mean, you can have my card. If you email and get in contact with somebody on our team, we'll make sure it gets to the right people. We're always there. The more information we have, the better. So if you just make us aware of it, we're happy to help fit that into our website, our social, our e-news, however we can.
So council folks, if you're okay, I'll take that information and send it over to the NBA. Okay, that's great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm gonna go reclaim the mic for public comment. We got it. Okay. And I will.
Thank you all.
I think it's okay. Well, for public comment. Yeah. I need. I definitely. Let me go to members of the public. Yeah, in a minute. I do want to note that apparently, so we're about to begin public comment. But before we start our official public comment, I'm told that one of our county commissioners, Neil Makija, has joined our meeting briefly to.
Hey, Fred.
Hello, Neil. Thanks so much for joining us.
I'm trying to get to Big County. I just wanted to stop by, say hi to all the NARBs. Congratulations on receiving the maximum amount from our Monco 2040 grant program. Thanks to your team, Maggie, and everyone who applied and worked with the Planning Commission. We've got, I think Scott's on the call, I think it was about 16 awards countywide that were released, and everywhere from West Pottsgrove to Rockledge, applied, and we were really proud to support you. We voted on it today. As I know Maggie mentioned, 250,000 is the most, and I think for the Elmwood, water management project, the pedestrian bridge, the improvements, it was probably one of the best deals in terms of the percent of the request being fulfilled. So we're really glad to support you at the county level, and I just wanted to say great job for everyone who put in the applications and made it happen. And that's it. Yeah, and if there's anything, I would just encourage you to keep thinking of other projects like that. Monco 2040 program is a really great program, and we're always looking for good ideas. There's rooftop solar that we have been investing in. There are street improvements. There's parks, a lot of great things, and I'm glad one of them is going to end up in Narberth.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your support for our projects here in Narberth. Thanks for joining us.
Of course, yeah, and I'll just add two things. Thanks for Maggie and Joe for taking me around last week and walking me through some of the planning around Haverford Avenue as well as the bridge. We got to work on the bridge. So Maggie, hopefully Pico got back to you. We got on their case a little bit on the spot, and if you ever need support there, we're here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I did hear back from them, so appreciate you coming out and helping us with that issue.
Awesome. All right, I'll let you get back to your meeting. Great job, Tessa. Valley Forge is always doing a good job promoting the whole county, including Narberth. And by the way, if you have a pitch for July 4th, I'm happy to chip in. We'll see, what we can do to support, because we know that is actually a regional event, as you all know from the traffic on July 4th. You deserve support for that too. Cheers. See you soon.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you. Thanks, Neil.
We'll be in touch. Thank you, Neil. All right. So now we will proceed to public comment. So as a reminder, public comment is limited to 3 minutes. So we're gonna try.
You can't hook it up? It's not gonna work.
The projector.
I'm trying. It's going to project and it's going to be in your eyes. Is the issue too.
We're over here. We're out of the screen. I think it'll be all right. All right, we'll try to project the timer onto the screen.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, all right. Well, but you'll have to go over there every time and click it, right?
No, it's fine.
Yeah, all right. All right, we're gonna try to put the timer up here so you can just see how much time is left. And we'll also ask you to begin by giving your name and your street address. Which time do you need? Should we just do the first one? We'll be in our eyes. And as a reminder, we're just going to move through all the public comments. We're not going to respond to anybody individually. More difficult than this.
It's going to be right here, right?
I can't do it.
Wrong cable?
Yeah, I only have USB-C.
Oh, no. All right.
We only have an it only connects by HDMI.
All right. Okay. It was a good plan. I'll do it manually. All right. Okay, so we'll start. Is it working?
Well, we can't connect Jim's computer into it.
Okay, so
You can connect the meeting to it. I can, like last time, I share my screen.
I don't have a clue.
So then you would have to join as a co-host.
I just requested to share. Presenters can share.
All right, so it's your water bottle.
share my screen? Your screen should go ahead.
I mean, the clock is right in the middle.
Okay. Is it going to show? All right. How? Before it starts.
Okay, well, Jude's figuring that out. This is a word for this microphone. You have to step very close to it to be able to actually hear. So don't stand far away. You can just get as close to the microphone as possible. That way everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Executive decision. All right. Okay, so we'll start in the first row for public comment. No? All right, so over here. In the second row over here, wish to make a public comment. All right, go ahead and step forward to the microphone. Thank you for indulging our technical difficulties here.
Hi, Sammy Nichols, 418 Conway. First, I want to thank the council for taking the time to address the proposed zoning changes. I fully support 5 stories on commercial Montgomery Avenue and 4 stories in residential areas that ring the downtown. I love living in Narberth. I am beyond grateful that I get to start a family here. The longer I live here, the more I realize that I landed here by sheer luck and privilege. I am lucky to have met my husband in 2022, who already had a home and established roots here. I'm privileged to have been able to move in with him and join this community. The tricky thing about privilege is that it can be invisible to those who have it. But let's be clear, if I hadn't met him, there would be no way that I would have been able to move to Narberth. As a disabled student with no student income, I would have laughed, I would have laughed out loud at the cost of housing here. I would have instantly thought, well, I guess that's not the place for me unless I find a magic money tree. That's because if it came down to me versus someone else competing for an open apartment, I would have lost that bidding war 10 times out of 10. And the more we try to encase the whole town in amber and cut down the number of new homes we get, the more we keep people out, whether we intend to or not. We cannot keep prioritizing McMansions over every other type of home and call it moderation or thoughtful development. Yes, we do need missing middle housing, and we also need apartments and we need condos too. We need all sorts of places for our neighbors to live. Because when we don't build enough homes, people don't simply disappear. They get pushed out a bit farther and then a bit farther until they're out on the fringes of the region. I grew up in a small central Pennsylvania town that was once mostly farmhouses, woods, and cows. If I stand back, it feels as though I can see the waves people were pushing out into towns like where I grew up. Every time I visit my parents back in Lebanon County, I see another beloved field or woodland area replaced by tracts of cookie-cutter homes. If we prioritize housing here in our little town, we could do our part to stop that from happening. It's not everything, but it's something. Instead, we're pushing the tides out while garnering fear in our community. Constantly focusing on the character of the town, a vague and I'd say charged term, means that we are constantly prioritizing Narberth's past over Narberth's future. So yes, I'm very lucky and I'm very privileged to live in Narberth, but we shouldn't be relying on luck and privilege to grow our community. We're smarter than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, go ahead and step up to the, go ahead up to the microphone.
Hi, Connor, 302 Woodstock. Council, thank you, Council.
Yeah, I think you can try getting a little closer or bringing it up.
That's extremely unusual, not to be living in Connor, 302 Woodstock. First of all, I want to thank you all for serving and representing us as citizens. I really implore you to remember that. I thank you for speaking, but I do know that you are married to Mr. McNeese, is that correct? Okay.
Direct your comments to council.
Okay, I am directing it, but that's your wife, correct?
That is my wife, and she speaks for herself.
Thank you. I'm glad she does. So, for me, today, when I was driving here, because it was raining, I usually walk, I was struck by several things, and this is what I want to implore you. I don't want you to rush to these zoning changes without doing prior impact studies. As I was driving down Chestnut Avenue, first of all, a DoorDash driver stopped in front of me and blocked my way. Then it went down the street, and there were kids playing basketball. One on Essex Avenue, one group on Essex Avenue, and one group on Chestnut Avenue. Somebody charged from the train station down through that road that has no stop signs. There were two people waving them down to slow them down so they didn't hit the kids playing on Essex Avenue. There were also kids on Chestnut Avenue. There were cars coming both ways. There was no place to go but in between places. I also have lived in this borough for 25 years. I lived when the bridge was open over Woodside Avenue. The corner of Woodside and Narberth Avenue, at that time period, I cannot tell you how many times we heard screeches and were worried about the children walking across those streets and worried that they would get hit. We implored the borough manager at the time and told us we couldn't have another stop sign. That is only going to get worse with a 4-story building set on the corner of 198 Elmwood Avenue and allowing more 4-story buildings to go up and down Chestnut Avenue. If you pass that, which is what you had proposed in the zoning, 2016 zoning-based code. Now, the thing that I want to implore you is to conduct traffic studies, conduct parking impact studies. Think about the citizens that are going to live in this area. When I kept driving, there was just a million cars. I could barely get here. We had everybody was stopping for several minutes to let several cars go by. This town is already overrun with cars. I know you think that somehow you're going to convince people not to have cars. We live in the suburbs. We have kids who have to go to different places in cars and to go to, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, I'm Judy Giuliani. I live on Woodbine Avenue. I had a whole lot of stuff I wanted to say this evening, but it's all on my phone and I don't have a signal, unfortunately or fortunately. And one of the things that's in here is the really marvelous graph that my neighbor Dave Boyles did based on the survey that the borough conducted. It's very well done, and I want to present it to you, but I can't get there from here. It's stuck in my whatever zone I'm in. I'd like to send that to the council members and pass it on to the planning commission, if you would, just so you can, Dave also, he couldn't be here tonight himself, but he's inviting anyone on council or the planning commission, if they have anything else they want to add, any other information, you can put it very easily into the chart. And the other thing I wanted to say was, of the council people here, only one was born and raised in Narberth, am I right? Is that you? You're the one. Everybody else moved here from somewhere else. And I just want you to remember why you moved here before you change everything. Like you moved here because you liked it the way it was, not to change it into something else. And I think it's important not to rush into these zoning changes. They're really, to me, it sounds catastrophic. And yeah, that's all I have, and I want to send that along to you as soon as possible. Thanks.
Why don't you go to the window, ma'am, get your signal?
All right, let's move to the third row. Yeah, go ahead. We'll get everybody on.
Hi, I'm Miriam Shakoff, 518 South Narberth Avenue, and I lived in the borough for 15 years and then moved out a year and a half ago. As I mentioned that in this location before, basically we could not find a place for my mom to live that was affordable when she downsized her house, and so in order to move it together we had to move the borough, so we lived half a block now outside the borough. But when I was a resident of the borough, I served on the Narberth Comprehensive Plan Steering Committee, and we completed our work in April 2018. And I just wanted to highlight a couple places in the comprehensive plan where I really believe that the spirit and letter of the plan is reflected in these rezoning proposed rezoning changes. So first of all, on page 24 in the comp plan, it stated that one major goal for policy making in the borough would be to try to keep Narberth attractive to, I'm quoting, remain attractive to a socially and economically diverse community by continuing to allow a mix of rental units with a range of sizes and price points. And I just want to point out that, again, as someone who's working with trying to help my mom who lives on Social Security find a place to live, like there's, nothing is in her price range right now in Narberth in terms of condos or rentals, which is why she had to move it with us. Also on page 39, the comprehensive plan promoted the principle of aging in place and gave 5 policy pathways. This was a major part of the plan, and one of those pathways included creating policies to support housing choice, and that was the one that has smaller housing units and apartments and condominiums within the community that allow residents to downsize their homes without leaving their community and social ties. And it also promoted, for example, accessory dwelling units and granny flats. And then finally on page 46, the comp plan argued that the borough should, quote, explore how development regulations can be linked to the provision of affordable housing, transportation alternatives, and energy efficient buildings. So I just wanted to point out that, as someone mentioned earlier, a lot of times we don't hear from the people who are priced out because they're not living here. But we all know that the cost of living has skyrocketed and that Narberth is at the center of that skyrocketing cost of housing in the area. And I will also say that, I have 2 kids that I've raised, for 15 years here in Narberth, a college student and a 12-year-old. And I'm also a college teacher, and I'm really worried for both my kids and the students. We know that the job market is challenging, and we also know that a major component of the American dream is to, have a house. And so that's something that I really urge you to, I support the zoning changes and urge you to continue this meeting.
Thanks. All right, let's go this way. So, Chad.
Hi, Joseph Scott, 121 Rockland.
I need you to speak up.
Joseph Scott, 121 Rockland. Thank you all for the time and effort you put into looking into these issues around the changes to the zoning districts. I'm here tonight in my first capacity as Narberth resident to express support for the changes in the 4A and 5B districts. These zoning changes achieve several important short-term and long-term goals for the borough, and they do so in a data-driven, thoughtful, and measured way. A few specific points I wanted to mention. First, they enhance Narberth's ability to support the diversity and range of housing types, which help maintain Narberth's history as a community that includes residents with a range of family sizes, ages, and income levels that we've heard from others. Second, they support Narberth's sustainability goals, allowing for housing that is more energy efficient and ultimately supporting Narberth's transition to 100% renewable energy for electricity and heating, which the borough is working to achieve in the coming years. They leverage Narberth's existing infrastructure, particularly its connection to regional rail, and they align with Southwest transit-oriented development program. This can enhance transportation for the entire community, not just residents in these zoning districts, by encouraging more frequent separate service, which in turn can increase ridership and help reduce traffic and parking demand in the borough. And lastly, they align with the goals and recommendations from recent studies, including the reports from the Montgomery County Planning Commission and our comprehensive plan and other reports. So I urge the council to adopt these zoning changes, support measures that enhance Narberth's walkability, transit, and sustainability. I think these are a good first step in doing all of that. Discussing and considering this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Katie?
Hi, I'm Katie Skeen. I live 227 Hampton. One problem with allowing the loudest voices to write policy is that we know from researchers that community presence at meetings is not representative of the community at large, political scientists who examined zoning and planning meetings found that only 14.6%
Political scientist?
who showed up to community meetings were in favor of the relevant projects. So no matter what the proposal, only 14.6% of the people who show up are going to be in favor. When they compared that percentage to referendum votes, they were able to prove that the numbers represented at community meetings were never a true representation of the population. So let's not let community meetings write policy. Sorry, but not sorry. In a democratic process, elected representation, policy expertise, and fact-finding matter. So I'm not here to speak as a resident, but as a member of zoning hearing board and also as a member of the police advisory committee. I tuned in to some of the last meeting where it was suggested that a lot of uncomfortable zoning policy can be punched into the zoning hearing board, and I just want to say no, don't do that. I think Maggie, Mike Gavini, Fred all gave evidence as to why that would be a bad idea and would not align with how we operate, which is to take very seriously the burden of proof regarding unique hardship of the site or property. We operate with the understanding that we have a judiciary responsibility to be sticklers to the code and also to be consistent. We do not play fast and loose with setting precedents, and you can look at our record. We rarely grant variances. Please do not mess with zoning board and its legalistic MO. We are not planning commission, we're not policy people. I will note that at CHB meetings, we do hear emotional testimony sometimes. And guess what? We have to ignore it. If testimony doesn't speak directly to the facts, we have to ignore it. I know that Borough Council works differently because you are a legislative body, but I would suggest that you too should cleave more to facts and evidence and to the urgency of local housing needs and the borough's looming tax revenue cliff, and less to emotional testimony and anecdote. In my brief comment from Police Advisory Committee is to say that in response to those who think an additional apartment building would require more police staffing, we've discussed this with Chief String, and the answer is no. It would not change current staffing levels. You can add 100 or 1,000 more people to the borough, it doesn't matter, it wouldn't add to our police staffing. I think facts are useful. I think studies done by professional researchers are useful. I think allowing myths and misperceptions and misinformation to prevail is less useful and is even dangerous, as we have seen on a national and international level.
Thank you. Michael? All right, let's go this way in the third row. So, well, go ahead. Come on, we'll finish this side and we'll go to this side.
I'm David Howard, I live at 226 Forest Avenue. I've been a resident here for over 40 years now. I think for my purposes tonight, more importantly, I was on the planning commission for 20 years. I'm generally in support of the proposed changes, but what I really want to address tonight is my understanding that the contract with the borough and the Montgomery County Planning Commission is up for renewal at the end of the year. I would strongly urge you to renew that contract. I was part of the planning commission through the entire rewriting of the zoning code and for the adoption of the historic district ordinance. And I can say from own personal experience, their presence and their participation in those processes was absolutely essential to us getting to where we got to with the adoption of both. They bring a breadth of experience way beyond what we have in our real half-square-mile borough. I found them to be committed and professional, and as I said, they just have a wealth of experience on a whole range of issues that we can't hope to have within our own borough. So there'll be plenty of time, I'm sure, to speak about various other issues involved with the changes to the zoning code. But tonight I just wanted to say that the Montgomery County Planning Commission is really worth having around. It's money well spent, and I would urge you to renew the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move over to this side. So in the third row.
Good evening. Dennis Jogi, 200 block of Dudley Avenue. First of all, I want to thank you all for your time. Clearly, you spend on these matters. Extensive study by Michael and others. So I'm very impressed with all those things, even where, as you may know, I disagree with some of the conclusions that it appears to be right now. I sent a lengthy email and I got responses from council members, and I appreciated that. And one of the things that brought clear to my attention was the need for these zoning changes, maybe because of borough finances. And I think it would be helpful for all residents if there was some type of spreadsheet sent out to council, to residents that listed the various borough departments, the expenses over the last 5 years, so we can see where those expenses have increased or where they are causing some constraints for the borough, including what infrastructure needs that have been put off and should be addressed, so that we can see what can be done. I've always looked at finances more from hey, how can I spend less for, and try and figure out how to bring in more money. If I look at these changes, and if the changes were to be made, best case scenario is a development will occur in 3 years after all of what goes on. So we know for the next 3 years there's not going to be any increase in money because of the proposed zoning changes. So I don't think there's any reason we can't delay for the reasons I noted in my email, because the bridge is under construction. We don't know what's going to happen there. Main Street's wide open and much to be done there. There's a study on Montgomery Avenue for what changes should or shouldn't be done there. So all of those, at least to me, provide sufficient basis to say, let's delay at least some while we're looking at these changes. In terms of the changes, they will reduce setback requirements, call for more height, less parking. Certainly they're going to increase the density in our town, both in terms of people and cars. We know that because right now we, as the third most dense municipality in all of Montgomery County, we got car problems. We know that. We know that statistics show, even though I know some folks think there's going to be a quicker move to less cars. Car needs, single family or zero car families has gone from 10% to 8% over the last 20 years. There's the Narberth itself right now has 55% of the residents' home ownership, 45 apartments. Lower Merion, 75% home ownership. The greater Philadelphia area, over 60%. We have a lot of apartments on my block alone to serve people. We have small apartments, large apartments, condos, single-family homes, large single-family homes, no driveways, twins, multi-family houses, and that's from 100 block of Dudley to the 300 block of Dudley. This is not an exclusive town. In my time here since 1988 as a resident and back in the 70s when I lived here for 2 years in law school, it's a welcoming place. It remains a welcoming place. We are a tight, constrained town, and that limits what I think you can do, but I think it also limits, what we want here. And if we start taking away some of this added space and some of the sunshine, I think it's not going to be a positive thing. But at least let's wait. Sorry for the extra time. Bye. One more. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Kathy Bushman. I live in the Winmont condos, so this change actually speaks to the type of housing I live in, which I think the majority of you guys do not live in. So, number one, we have several retired people in my community. We have 32 units. I would say probably 25% or more are retired people. 2 of them, at least that I know of, were able to retire in place, downsize from the house that they raised their children in Narberth, move into our community because our community is affordable. I think actually if you compare across the general area here, you will find that my condo building has some of the lowest prices. Actually, probably the lowest place you can buy to live in Narberth is about to sell or close on I think sometime next week for a one-bedroom in my building. I would not be able to live in Narberth except for the price of the condo. I don't believe that there are a ton of condos in Narberth, because I think when we went through our issue last year, we came out to, I don't know, maybe less than 150 condo units, maybe less than 100, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there.
So it's not like there's a huge stock of this type of housing available within this area. The other thing I would say, just to the gentleman who just spoke, if you want to find out what the council's spending money on, sit through the budgeting process. It's very eye-opening, and I was there for almost every meeting last year to see it. So, and actually I recommend, if you want to be more involved and see what council's doing, find out. There is. Almost every information packet you read on the borough's website is your information packet as a citizen of the borough. Go read them. The budget's out there. All the iterations of the budget leading up to the final approved budget, also there. So I'm in favor of this because I think, again, this is the type of housing that allows me to live in this great community. I think anything that brings residents in, people who live in my building, retired people who work for the school district, those types of occupations otherwise would not be able to afford to live within the borough. So, thank you.
Thank you. And just to echo those sentiments, we do have the budget on the website. It goes back, each year's budget includes the budget from several years back. And we do have the capital improvement plan as well, which includes other non-recurring expenses. So those are the two main budget documents, and they're both available on the website. Any more public comment in this round? All right, let's go back. Okay.
John Constantine, 400 Harvard. I'm a lifelong resident here. Life is hard. You might even get tased sometimes on your own property in a small town. It can happen. It does happen. But tonight is about 5 stories, right? Why do we need 5 stories? You guys don't explain enough about how that's going to help everybody else in this town. Okay, I've been here for 40 years, 50 years. People can find a way to make it work. Okay. You're supposed to help the current population here before outsiders. If you help the people here, then they can help the outsiders. About the 55 feet. Lower Marion doesn't have 55 feet. They're at 40 feet. You're going to border next to them. They're on Montgomery Avenue too. You're going to block views from my mother's house. Parking, 0.7 parking spots doesn't make any sense. Lower Marion has 2 cars per unit in her house. We do almost everything Lower Marion does, right? Follow their lead, right? You haven't done any studies. How much revenue is this going to bring for us? They're going to be affordable housing people, right? They're not going to have the high-paying jobs that bring in the extra money. You have the $1.6 million extra in expanded budget, and you can't make things work. You have no explanation for anything when questions are asked. Have there been any lawsuits from me or my family? I asked the solicitor. Can he tell me if there have been? Can you answer my questions about how many people have been tased in this town?
You're the only one I know.
Thank you.
I don't know many people that are fighting with police officers in the county. So.
There was no fighting with police officers. Okay. How many police officers have PTSD, anxiety
from their military are collecting military paychecks and have 100,000 plus thousand job. And they carry weapons, okay? They are unstable.
Sir, your time is expired.
Please answer the questions. Like it's your time.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Hose. I'm on Beechwood Lane, and I'm a renter. I also have a small business in Ardmore. And I want to start by saying the status quo is the status quo because it's easy. You all don't have to do anything out there. You just have to sit and let it be what it is. It's a lot harder to step up and lead and do what's best for this town. I have personally seen the changes in Ardmore as a small business owner. Let me back up a second. Not one person here tonight has mentioned the business community. There are a bunch of vacant storefronts on Haverford Avenue. And my guess is there are vacant storefronts because they don't have enough customers to support them to stay in business. And the woman in the pink sweater made a great point. Her point is the exact reason you need transit-oriented development. To get rid of some of the cars, to get people on the trains riding the trains, to get people walking in the community and feet on the street to support those businesses on Haverford Avenue. We've seen it, it's been a huge success in Ardmore, and we've got, it's a vibrant community right now, and I will tell you right now, it was a packed boardroom night after night after night because the NIMBYism was off the charts. They complained about everything you could think of. The sky was falling, businesses were going to go out of business, and not one business closed. And the Business Association now talks about how vibrant the community is as a result of the transit-oriented development that the commissioners had the courage to implement. We don't need any more planning. You've got this facts, the statistics in front of you. What more do you need? That's NIMBYism at its finest, trying to hold up the process. I emphatically support 4 stories in downtown and 5 stories on Montgomery Avenue. What a golden opportunity you have right now in front of you to build character and to build for the future of our work. Because most of us here, with a few exceptions, we're not the future of Ardmore. It's the younger generations that are coming up. That's what you're doing. Those are the decisions that you're making right now. Is for the future of Ardmore.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Debbie Wingfield on Price Avenue, and I just have a brief comment about transit-oriented development. And that is that, as I understand it, SEPTA still does not have a dedicated source of funding. And as I understand it, the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, site-based or maybe Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, it's sort of hostile to funding these urban transit systems. And I think it would be prudent to keep that in mind when considering the idea of transit-oriented development. Thanks.
Anybody else on this side? Wish to? You go ahead, John, if you're ready.
Yeah, sorry. Believe it or not, I actually wasn't sure if I was going to speak tonight, but my decision was made by the sort of grotesqueness of the charade we witnessed a few minutes ago. I'd like to implore the council to try in the future not to indulge the community in these kinds of charades anymore. I don't really understand what the point is of making these efforts to go through the survey, hold the open house, and engage with residents are if we're going to hold these forums where we coordinate things in such a way where we have the wife of a council member testifying without mentioning the relationship. Whether she speaks for herself or not is irrelevant. It is a relevant fact. A former member of the zoning board speaking in favor of these changes without mentioning that. Residents who don't live here anymore. The community has spoken. Oh, I almost forgot. And a member of the zoning hearing board to tell us that our opinions don't matter. It's grotesque. It's disgusting. The survey didn't get a ton of responses, but the overwhelming majority of residents from a variety of different backgrounds are against this. So if it's just coming down through dictates from the county or in negotiations with the interests, with the developers or any other body, just tell us. Stop insulting our intelligence. This is just, I'm literally shaking. I really can't believe the display we just witnessed. So please do better. Thank you.
And for the record, John, your address for the record?
413 Grove Place.
All right, thank you.
For the record, you just told me fuck you.
Please, okay, public comment. Everybody wish to come to the microphone?
Your 3 minutes is up.
Anyone else in the room? All right, thank you. Let's go to online comment. So,
We have a flood.
yeah, I don't know if that's gonna.
Hello.
A flood.
This is A Flood. My name is Angus Flood. I'm at 201 Woodside. I just have, respectfully, I have 2 questions for the Borough Council. Why is council pursuing more density against the expressed desires of the majority of residents? It's clear from the borough's own survey that, you know, the majority of the people do not want that. Does the council feel they know better than the majority of the people? And my second question is, increased density will further stress our infrastructure, especially the ancient sewer system in Narberth. Can you answer how this will be addressed and paid for going forward? Thank you.
All right.
And then we have Nicholas.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sorry, I'm not exactly, sorry, feeling the best. But yeah, my name's Nicholas. I'm a resident at Avon Road, and I'm proud to call Narberth home. I'm writing today to express my strong support for upzoning, specifically allowing transit-oriented development near the Narberth Regional Rail Station to increase ridership. Sorry, as well as increasing more housing supply across the borough. As a young person entering adulthood, the housing affordability crisis is a defining reality. If we want Narberth to remain a vibrant, sustainable community, we must update our laws to allow for a wider variety of housing, including apartments, condos, and other multifamily homes. We need to look at the bigger picture. If every town relies on restrictive zoning to keep people out, where are they supposed to go? Allowing for increased density in multi-housing units near our transit hub is an environmentally responsible, proven way to tackle this regional shortage. It ensures Narberth is accessible to working folks and gives my generation the same opportunity that previous generations had, the chance to plant roots in a walkable, welcoming town. I urge the council to move forward with these vital upzoning provisions. Thank you for your time, your hard work on this code update, and your commitment to Narberth's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to raise your hand? If you're online and you wish to make a public comment?
Yeah, hi. I'm having trouble raising my hand via the app. This is Kyle Auk on Price Avenue. I just wanted to also support these measures as a newer family in the last 6 years in Narberth with young children. It saddens me to see the NIMBYism and a generation pulling up the ladder behind them. we need to create density. It's going to provide vibrancy, additional people in the shops, help with the tax base, and allow for diversity in our community, not just in race, but in professions, and allow for further support of mass transit. I'm fully in support of this, and yeah, just wanted to add my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Lee Hawkinson, also having trouble through the app raising my hand.
All right, go ahead, Lee.
203 Wayne Avenue, Lee Hawkinson. I would just urge council before we try to save the world to save ourselves. It's one of those, put the oxygen on first before you go and try to assist the child, or whatever metaphor you want to use. We have infrastructure that's old. We're just simply ignoring things that if you brought in additional people, brought in additional cars, which is simply going to happen with density. I just don't think it's well thought out. The conversation isn't robust. I don't feel heard. I know so many community members that I've spoken to. I live, work, and a loyal NARB. I love it here, and I want to see nothing but vibrancy, and that's what we have. And my concern is that we're losing it, quite frankly, and we're losing it because we're trying to be something we're not. This is not Ardmore. It is not something that I don't think we are striving to be, which is Ardmore or Manayunk or anything. And for those that have spoken in favor of density and all of that, I would just welcome any kind of comparable, this is a small town, and people come here because I've said this again and again, they want to experience something here that has been lost elsewhere. And that's the charm, that's the character, that's the neighbors. We know each other, we listen to each other, we care about each other. But I don't feel cared for. I don't feel listened to. I don't feel that these surveys and the runaround and the ping pong. It's shameful. We need a real dialogue, and the dialogue is happening. It's just not happening through the political channels that you all have set up. And I understand, the 3 minutes and the in these meetings. That's consistent with the way other meetings are run elsewhere, and the time limit. But the community has said we are not addressing things that are important, the safety of our children, the increased traffic already. I work at a preschool in the community, and the preschool has requested help with that same issue, the lack of stop signs. And there's I've learned a lot. There can only be so many stop signs and so many. There's a lot to learn. I see I'm going into red. I just want to express that not being heard is not good leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Mr. Heller, see you've got your hand raised.
Well-ended, well-voiced.
I can't really hear you. Can you speak up a little?
Can you hear me now? How are we doing?
A little bit better.
Yeah, okay, I'll be really loud. How's that?
Yeah.
A little bit better. I want to voice enthusiastic support for these zoning changes. I've lived in really dense places. This is not one of them. Narberth isn't a very dense place, although I am sympathetic to the voices of concern about that. I am very concerned to have business districts that are going backwards, that have aging retail, that have less desirable spaces to welcome businesses. I'm very concerned about development money going into adjacent communities and not into Narberth. I'm concerned about voices against any kind of change. This is a reasonable proposal that adds a marginal amount of density, a marginal amount of people and housing, and it adds it in a responsible way, in an environmentally well thought out way. A lot of care has been put into this proposal, and it, in every way that I can see, fairly reasonable. It's not extreme. And I'm very concerned that if council votes against this, that development money passing Narberth by would go into adjacent communities once again. And the things that people love most about Narberth right now would change in a way that's out of their control. So take a chance. This is a lot lower risk than a lot of these voices would have you know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah?
Yes, hi. I've written to you multiple times, so you've heard from me in the past, but I just want to add, I'm not opposed to affordable properties to buy or to rent in Narberth, although we are already at 50% and probably over 50% rentals, and we have no regulatory system for rentals. We have no system to license landlords or to make sure we are collecting tax money from rental income. Every other municipality I've ever seen has that, and this being put off and put off with the idea that, oh, we don't have anybody to enforce it. But you need to make the law. You know, we don't have no laws for theft because there's nobody to enforce it. I mean, that's just not an appropriate response. We need to have rental regulation, particularly if you're planning on adding rentals. It's not fair to the people who are renting. We have very little space. This is one of the densest communities in all of Pennsylvania. I don't know where anybody gets the idea that it isn't. It's a half a square mile town with less green space than's recommended. And, you know, people who want to add more apartment buildings perhaps don't live near where those apartment buildings will be. 4- and 5-story apartment buildings towering over other people's homes is not fair to the people who live here. I don't think it's appropriate either for people outside of the borough, whether they are on South Narberth Avenue on the other side or on Avon Road, which is not Narberth. I don't think it's appropriate that they have any kind of a say in how Narberth operates. It feels like you want to overwhelm us with more people to fulfill an ideological agenda, but you have a misunderstanding of our streets. We don't want them lined with cars. You're zoning for transit-oriented development when we don't have guaranteed transit. It doesn't make any sense. So I just wanted to put that out there because of what I'm hearing from some other residents. I do not think they really understand the situation or what it's like to be in South Narberth, having had the oldest church in Narberth torn down because of a bad policy, and now, you know, having to be afraid of a giant apartment building. The other thing is 10-foot setbacks is just not appropriate setbacks. We're losing permeable surface, we're losing green space. It doesn't make sense. I think this really needs to be done slowly. I don't think we really need more rentals, but, you know, they may end up here. I think this just needs to put the brakes on and have people really understand what this is about, because you have indicated that you want to look at the zoning for the entire community. We just spent a whole bunch of money 10 years ago on a new zoning code. We can't just change zoning like we change socks because somebody new on council decides it's a good idea. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Remember, name and address for everybody. So, Deborah.
I'm sorry? Oh, Deborah Lonsdorf, 128 Chestnut Avenue.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Hi, yes, thank you. This is Michelle Carton, and I live at 14 Shirley Road. I just want to first say that a lot of what Deb just said was actually salient to what I was going to say. The one thing that is very clear is I want to make sure that the people who are talking, the people who have done the survey, feel that they have representation, because I think that's really important. And, sort of this meeting, sometimes I feel that there's sort of been a foregone conclusion about what the decision has been. And so that's the first point I wanted to make. The second is that, I think we also need to think about the context of developing in the context of our greater community. And so if we think about multiple units that are being built in Ardmore, in Bala Cynwyd, we're sort of being inundated with this type of building code. And, I think we will benefit from the influx of people from there, but at the same time, it feels like we're repeating the same pattern and likely compounding some of the issues we'll run into with transportation. The other thing I want to, make it clear is that the proposed building right now on the current Rite Aid site is already being allowed to increase density. And so currently, my understanding is the building code would allow for 3 floors, and we've already agreed to 4. So I don't want to, miscalculate that we're not already allowing for density. We are. And I think that's important that we remember that. And then the other thing is, I do agree with what Deb said. We are building based on a transit system that we don't know if it will exist. And, as a parent of children, as someone who tried to rely on just public transportation, we unfortunately don't live in an infrastructure that supports that in the greater community. Many of us work outside of this area and require a car. And so I think we just need to really be mindful of that as well. So I'll yield back my time, but thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online who wishes to speak? Please raise your hand or otherwise make yourself known. All right, seeing nothing. All right. Yeah, we'll allow anybody else in the room who has any public comment.
My name is Matt Patrick, 409 Woodside Ave. And I guess my question is, kind of got involved with this, by happenstance, and with the 198 Elmwood lot. Someone used to live on Elmwood, someone lives nearby on 409 Woodside. Really against utilizing density bonuses through affordable housing accommodations to basically increase potentially 60% increased density there from, say, a currently zoned 24 unit building to potentially a 40 unit building. And I guess my question is, by every objective measure that we've been able to put together, from the survey that the Borough put together with the Narberth Planning Commission, as well as a survey that I've put together, granted there's only 60 responses, but I'm trying. It's been overwhelmingly negative feedback towards both the zoning changes in 5B as well as 4A. And as representatives of the Borough, is there a certain threshold that would prevent you guys from voting in favor of these zoning commissions against the will of the constituents? Is there a certain threshold of negative feedback that would prevent you from voting yes towards density if the majority of the residents of the borough are against it?
We're not going to respond right now, but please finish your comment.
Well, I guess that would be my question to the borough. If there's overwhelming negative support, that would be something to consider towards your decision making. I'll yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Somebody? Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
My name is Mr. Kitcher, and I live on Conway Avenue. I have a business here, I have employees who live here, and we've been here for, my wife and I have been here for 40 plus years. And I'm wondering, in the long term, and I wrote this to email to Michael about this, what's the 10-year profile for increasing density? Does that actually, in the long term, adjust the real estate prices for the kinds of housing, the 4 or 5 different modalities of housing in the borough? Or does increased density adjust the price for a 5 or 7 year window, and then 12, 15 years from now, we're facing a similar demographic conundrum? Personally, I think 5 stories is probably maybe 1 story too many. I'm not a person who, we love living here, we plant a lot of trees, we think it's a great place. 5 stories is really different. 4 stories, maybe a little bit less. Young people would be great. So I'm not putting my foot out and trying to make things stumble. But
where's the long-term, what's the long-term prognosis for this kind of development? If you fix it for 5 years or 10 years, how do you fix it? How do you fix the next round once this has all been adjusted? People move here because you can walk to everything. And the woman who pointed out that the south side of Haverford Avenue is a less vibrant commercial block than it was. That's a very specific case due to the landlord who owns all that property. So it's not a function of Narberth itself not attracting businesses. I think we can see that the new Indian restaurant, the new Yemeni restaurant, these new places come and do attract people. But if this is a short-term fix for a long-term revenue problem, we can, you know, what's the long-term fix for the long-term revenue problem? Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Sir? I didn't catch your name. What was your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Bruce McKittrick.
Bruce McKittrick, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Everyone in the room gotten a chance to speak? All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Michael Dillon, 28 Woodside Avenue. So I'm a Southsider. Southsider who's here to voice very strong support for what I view as extremely modest zoning changes to encourage density. In my view, the changes don't go nearly far enough to spark the kind of vibrancy and new blood in this community that we desperately need. So I hear the gentleman who said 5 stories seems too tall. To me, that seems too short for our community. We are an inner-ring Philadelphia suburb, and the way folks talk about our community, it's like the Mayfair. We are a very, very dense, which is a great thing, community that I would like to make us denser. So I have full-throated support for what you're all doing. I will see my time, but just wanted to take you to a different perspective, and particularly as someone on the south side, very much support what you're doing. We do not have a traffic problem on the south side, despite some of what you hear. There is ample parking. I am often struck by how empty our streets are. So please keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody, did you speak? It's okay. It's up to you.
I'm Ann Lytle. I live on South Market Avenue, and I live in the house next to the empty lot that was the church. I have all kinds of different thoughts when I sit at this meeting. I've spoken to some in the past before. A couple of things that are on my mind. I've listened to many neighbors and community members, and the 2 things that I'm curious about, I'm asking 2 questions. One, if zoning is changed in certain places for the higher density, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous sitting here, I just blanked on what I want to say, the transit-oriented development, TOD. Does that mean, for example, on the corner of Narberth Avenue and Elmwood, that only has to be a 5-story building? I think there are people who think that is the case, that if the zone is changed, then it only means a 5-story building. So my question is, one, what are the different kinds of TOD that could be there or in any location? And 2, I think that TOD, from what I'm observing and hearing from people in the community, TOD is getting conflated with quote-unquote low-income housing. And I think there's a fear that if there is TOD, then there's going to be a shift in the makeup of the community. And I was just wondering if at some point, and perhaps it already happened tonight, it couldn't be the entire meeting, but at some point, could it be made just clear for the community, again, what are the different kinds of TOD, and what does TOD mean in terms of more affordable housing? Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to thank you, everyone. I'm going to close public comment at this time. I will run through a few of the, sorry. Yeah, a good point. Okay, so best way to contact us with things like a graph that you want to send us is through email once you have signal to do so. Council will be talking later on in the meeting about our goals behind this legislation and why we think it's important. So it's an agenda item as our statement of principles, talking about why we feel this is something that should be done. And we will be, at that point, also going over a lot of the community response things we've heard in the survey and things we've heard at the open house and at our various meetings. So the proposals have, what's on the table has changed based on what we've heard. There was a question about sewer bills. So Narberth had a substantially higher population in the past, and our pipes are built for a larger population than what we have now. People pay, we charge everyone a la carte for their sewer. So you get charged based on your water usage, and developers have to pay to hook up to the sewer network. So adding more people does not really strain our sewer network or the costs that current residents pay in general for sewers. We are working on a regulatory system for rentals. It is something that our staff have attended workshops on and are working on legislation. So there's still a target to bring that up later this year. And there's questions about what is going to be the impact of new construction on the borough's economics, on the borough's finances, or on the costs of rentals. And we do have our MCPC consultant. We asked some questions. He's between him and Planning Commission. The council asked some similar questions, and we'll be discussing those answers later down the line. I think that's, there's a question about the poll and the community spirit. And I think we're all aware of, I'll try to speak up. We're all aware of that the poll, I think, showed majority against a lot of these proposals.
Maybe the mic was moved closer.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you, Doug.
All right, I'll try this again. I apologize. Yeah, I can tell now. So we're aware. We'll be going over the results of the poll. I think it's pretty clear that the poll, most people were against the proposals. It really differs. I think that more people were against the parking proposals than against, say, some of the changes on Montgomery. But overall, the sentiment was negative, and we will be taking that into account in our discussion and as we talk about things. So thanks to everyone who spoke up, and I'm going to move on to our next agenda item, which is a presentation from a zoning update from the Planning Commission and MCPC.
Hey, Fred.
Yeah.
I collected questions from last week that I said I would ask Adam that we were not able to ask. Can I do that before the...
Well, I think let's let Adam go through what he has to say, and then feel free.
Well, they're not mine.
I know.
I was going to say, he has the slides.
Yeah, he's got a slideshow. So let's do the slides, and then when it comes to the Q&A.
Yeah, I was just thinking it might be helpful for him to know in advance.
I mean, I'm not sure 10 minutes is going to change it. I'm not sure a few minutes is going to change anything. Okay. All right, we got a slideshow coming here, so. Everybody see the slides here?
What if we put it up?
Yeah, and I apologize again for the microphone setup. We usually set up in the other room, but for the number of folks, we decided we'd come in here.
I broke it, I'll fix it.
Now we can engineer. Just want to sit in the front row? You can just you take one of the seats over there.
I think maybe.
Well, it's this room. I guess this is just too much. This has to be stuck. What's that? It's, again, it was my call. Sorry, it's also face searching. Yeah. Invading your space quite so much. All right.
Hello?
We hear you.
Great. Okay, so, yeah, we've been charged with our planning commission and me as planning consultant for Narberth with the Montgomery County Planning Commission to review some of the items. This was a previous memo to discuss, some of the changes to 5B and 4A and some of the research that we've done as part of this process. So I thought the open house was really helpful in having conversations with folks, so I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with some of the changes that we have proposed as a commission, and then we get into some of the details as to why we propose that. Yeah. So in 5B, and this may look somewhat familiar to you because this was at the open house as well as on the survey. But really what we're talking about in 5B is currently what's allowed are mixed-use buildings with housing over commercial space, mixed-use buildings 45 feet tall and 3 stories. And the existing zoning requires one part of the space per residential unit with some credits, reductions, and special circumstances. So what we as a planning commission proposed, first, we thought about kind of retail along the corridor. This is, a traditional mixed-use corridor, but with a lot of commercial space. And just thinking with trends and things like that, mixed use is becoming more and more common, and definitely kind of like part of a thriving commercial corridor. So something that we've been recommending to communities all over the county is rather than having the ground floor completely designated to commercial space, having a mix of commercial and residential permitted on that ground floor. It allows for smaller retail footprints and for more housing on the ground floor. So this is something that we're seeing across the county where landowners, developers, people are telling us we're having trouble renting out, leasing out our entire ground floor. What can we do about it? And really this is something that we can implement through zoning to allow for a mix of uses on that ground floor. So that was one of our recommendations. Also, we wanted to permit 4 stories within 45 feet of height that's currently allowed. Currently, 3 stories within 45 feet is allowed, but you would never really build 3 stories as a mixed-use building to 45 feet. So it's kind of an interesting provision that's in the current code. So what we thought was that within 45 feet, you could fit 4 stories. Generally, kind of how that works is the first story will be 12 to 15 feet for the retail, and then each subsequent story for residential is about 9 to 10 feet. So it fits within that existing height limit. Something else that we looked at as part of transit-oriented development was reducing the base parking requirement, 0.7 spaces per residential unit. Again, that's provided that the mixed-use development participate in the SEPTA residential pass program. And we did speak to SEPTA about the program and about some of our changes, which I'll get into later. There's some other provisions as well around parking, allowing required parking on lots within 900 feet of the development. But again, this is what we're proposing. This is what's existed. And we really think that these changes will kind of create a more vibrant corridor, allow for more residents along the corridor, as well as businesses that can fit in those smaller retail spaces. Is that everything on that? Okay. Go to the next slide. Okay, so then 4A district. So what are we talking about here? This green ring around the downtown. It does have some allowances for a little bit more density than other residential zoning districts, but it doesn't do certain things. So you can build an apartment building by right, currently it's by conditional use, and row homes, so townhouses, nor cottages are allowed in this district. So we sought to rectify that, allowing for a mix of use, allowing for kind of this missing middle as well as denser amount of housing. It really would only apply to the way it's written, or the way that we were thinking, is that it would be only for lots of sufficient size. And so that would be, probably 2 or 3 lots, potentially. Most of the other lots of that size either have an existing apartment building on them or just wouldn't fit. So that's what we were thinking there. And then we were also thinking of row houses and cottages by right to allow for that different type of housing, something that's a little bit more dense than currently allowed. Also allowing for all housing types to contain at least 2 housing units as well as an ADU. So increasing density kind of incrementally that way. Here again, we thought about reducing the parking requirements just for apartment buildings and multifamily houses to that 0.7 spaces per unit, if they're participating in the regional pass program. So again, completely up to the developer to participate in that program or not. Do you want to speak to any other changes? There are other changes in this district that we proposed. I haven't outlined them here, but they've been outlined throughout this process. Or happy to speak to them.
Some of the other changes include changing the setback requirements in that 4A zone. So right now it includes 25 feet setback, and we're proposing to allow it to be reduced to 10 feet, which again, the lots that exist in this district that remain, that could be developed into an apartment or multifamily development. There's only 3 at the moment, and those 3 lots are also corner lots, and so you would have just at the corner a reduced setback of the building, and then it would remain the existing 25 for the balance of the zone. With that though, and when we get into the density bonuses, there are separate setback requirements for what that bonus would require. And so anything above and beyond what we're proposing would have to step back further from the street prior to going up.
And we're free to take questions as we go through. Yeah.
Awesome. As an introduction, I'm Jennifer Andercote. I'm the Secretary of the Narberth Planning Commission. Adam Brown could not be here this evening. He's on vacation, and so I was asked to step in and present for him.
Yeah, just Adam Schatz, I'm the Montgomery County Planning Commission, provide planning services to the borough.
All right, council members, if you have questions, I may not be able to see you because I'm looking over there, so feel free to just speak up if you have a question.
You know what, actually, Adam, thanks. Can you hear me if I do this?
Yeah.
Can you folks hear me? Kind of? Okay. There were some questions last week from public comment where I said now's actually not the time for us to answer, but it will be this week. I'd like to propose those to you now because they're starting to hit on one of them. One was where exactly would 4 stories be applied to 5B, right? It's looking at, we're kind of only talking about the Rite Aid property right now. However, this is going to be the whole Montgomery Ave corridor. So there's questions of what does that build out look like? Has an expert been consulted on how much density do we need to sustain and economic stability? That's what you said actually. Is 640 the text case? And someone noted the survey bias, which was not built to be a survey, but rather just sharing the slides, I believe.
Yeah, really, the survey was meant to kind of echo the open house, so it was.
Right, but just, I wanted to share that. And then this one is actually, I shared this question, is how are the survey results included in this discussion? Because I don't see any change in what was initially proposed here. So none of this reflects the community feedback from that open house or feedback. I mean, you wouldn't know the feedback, the hundreds of emails that we've gotten. But from the survey, none of it seems to be reflected here.
Cindy, I'll handle that. So this is them discussing their original proposals, but when we get to our discussion, we'll be definitely incorporating the survey feedback.
Okay, so the intent of the survey data was not for you to interpret it and adjust, but rather for us to then...
Yeah, it's for us to act on it. I mean...
Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions about the survey, about the results, that type of thing, but ultimately, yeah, that's to inform your decision. Yeah, really, we're just providing an update of what we've done this far, and as part of the charge.
Do you want responses to the 5P question?
Well, you know what, as you go in the, I just wanted to, it goes on your radar as...
Since we're going to keep moving, I want to miss the opportunity.
Follow up. Yep.
So with the question regarding the 5B and the 4 stories, currently across that zone already are buildings that are allowed to be built to 45 feet. So any property on Montgomery Avenue could submit a permit and be allowed to build to 45 feet, but they can only build 3 stories within that 45 feet, which is how some of the commercial buildings that exist on the corridor are already of that height or close to that height. They have higher floor heights, which makes more sense in a scenario where the building is completely commercial. When you start talking ceiling heights on residential properties, the cost ranges in that sort of 10-foot floor-to-floor height. And so that's why we're proposing to allow that 4th floor within the existing allowed 45 feet. We are looking at it holistically across the entire corridor, and so it would be allowed across any potential opportunity in that district.
How many sites on that corridor would you guess could be developed for could you put a new 4-story building? Like if you were going to give a ballpark number over the next 10 years, let's say. You have any idea there? I think it's probably not very many, but I don't know.
There are a number of existing commercial buildings that could be redeveloped. Whether they become an adaptive reuse development or if they become a demolish and rebuild is unknown. So I would say in that there's a handful of them. But then there are smaller parcels that become a conversation if somebody wanted them to, but the reality is that the slope of the grade along Montgomery Avenue will make it difficult for certain developments, certain sites and properties to be developed in that capacity. So I would say...
And the depth of the lots.
A handful?
Under 8.
That would be taking down some existing commercial buildings.
There's a number of residential houses that would not, those lots are too narrow, and then there's the entire commercial corridor with, that is just, the lots are so narrow and it's sloped up, so by the time you would counterbalance it, you need to get up to the parking, or level it down to the sidewalk, it's not cost effective to really do a dramatic renovation of that.
A question about the regional pass program.
Yeah.
Is that the program for residents, multifamily housing?
Yes, just for multifamily developments.
Which I read is in its pilot phase. So
that is true.
I think of pilots as something that we don't know how long they may or may not exist.
They've had quite a bit of success kind of with their institutional program for this, like with universities. So they envision that they're going to continue with this program. They would like, currently it's in the pilot stage. So really we were just evaluating if this would be possible. I said yes, this would be possible.
So what happens then if we give the density bonus of the estimate for people participating? 6 months from now, SEPTA says, and we give the approval, they get to build the higher building. 6 months from now, a year from now, SEPTA gets rid of the program. We've given them a density bonus on a program that could end. Now,
so
So let's ask our solicitor that question. I think that might be.
Well, I'd like to hear your view of this. They proposed it, Fred. Thank you.
The density bonus is not applied to parking. They're two totally different, two different conversations.
Okay.
The parking is just a reduction
You're right.
in parking spaces from 1 per unit to 0.7 per unit.
So same question
It's
with
the
the
same.
parking.
I
So
mean,
we
it's the same
can't change the
price.
parking requirement after the fact
yeah.
if
But
they get rid of the.
It's the same question that would have come up when the parking count was reduced the last time it was reduced. I mean, how many properties at this point in the borough are non-compliant with the existing parking code as it stands? How many apartment buildings in the borough don't apply to the parking code?
I worry about tying a change to the parking to a program that may or may not exist, rather than just picking a number, whatever it is. Maybe it's 0.7, maybe it's 1, without having it depend upon an assumption. If the assumption goes away in 6 months, it just doesn't make any sense. You've now locked yourself into a zoning code for a long term, which should be prospective and long term, based on something that may not exist.
We could presumably write something in where if the program goes away, they still have to buy cars, or they still have to spend X amount of money on transit. I mean, I think our.
Right, but you've gotten the benefit of the parking, the reduction in parking.
Oh, but you're still offering. I'm saying that if the program goes away, we tell them they have to.
This was also a component of the planning commission's recommendation to try to bridge the gap between just coming to and saying we want to reduce the parking count to 0.7 period, as opposed to saying only in certain scenarios would this apply. The reality is that holistically in dense areas, the parking regulations are being decreased to 0.7. That's become the industry standard for one-bedroom units. So.
Yeah, well, I do have a slide on parking, but yeah, really we're just talking about minimums here. We're letting the market be more determinant for how much parking. We're not saying you can't build more parking, we're just saying that the minimum is lower for development to concern. But again, we're going to do what the market demands.
I had a question about the format of our conversation. I know we're going through the slides here. We also have the great document that you wrote May 15th, response to Borough Council President. Is there going to be a separate conversation based upon the content of this, or should we?
This is the conversation around that. I mean, this is just a summary of what
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Wanted to make sure when to time my questions.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
The only other piece that I wanted to respond to, as on this meeting before we proceed, is on the financing question that did come up, and our planning commission was asked to present to the finance committee this week, and we do have some follow-up action items that are going to be coming out of that meeting. We do have a member of the planning commission who is on the finance side of real estate development, and he does offer up his different spreadsheets and background data on how to sort of calculate and finance a deal. We were asked in the finance committee whether or not we've done the calculation on the different direct financial impact to borough income, and we have not, because that's a very challenging factor to try to work out, because we don't have direct statistics on individual incomes. We have estimates, and as the planning commission, it kind of goes beyond a little bit of our scope, but we have looked at it in a developer's perspective, in a builder's perspective, and when we say developer, we're not just talking large companies, we're talking individual people who want to develop a small property as well. Like, we're using a spreadsheet to calculate that cost, because we have done some committee reviews of that, and we have offered to come and present that more in depth.
I think that, I put this in AI. I trust AI with a grain of salt. I now grade it for a living. Because I wanted to know these questions that people are asking. Tell me, what does the tax revenue look like for a single family home versus apartments versus missing middle? Right? Now, I don't trust the output of this by any means, but it's very compelling and simple. And that allows us to say, oh, okay, let's see, the status quo, property tax you could estimate to be about 110 to 165. Okay, if you do some missing middle, right, we're talking condos, townhouses, we can estimate property tax about 330. a maximum build out with renters, 350, you're looking about 660. Like, that gives us the data to say, how can we diversify, and we'll get into this later, because this moves into my opinion, but I think that's important data that, my point is, it's possible to get. And I think the confusion here is like, we have, Michael, you submitted a 28-page document, we have the planning commission over here, we have the county over here, and it's like trying to figure out where we're at and who's leading the conversation and the data. So
yeah, and I did want to actually speak to this because I think the like everyone's assessment, right, which is different from what your property is actually valued at, but everyone's assessment and an estimate of what we pay in property taxes is available publicly online. And so the information that I provided, which is in backup, was based off of the Elm, because at the time that I was looking at it, it was kind of the clearest cut. You know everything in the Elm is an apartment, right? You don't have to try to disaggregate what's the value for the commercial component versus the other one. And so I used that just kind of as a general model. And then I looked at under our kind of zoning code, what in terms of the new construction at the smaller scale, with just basic assumptions of like, if you took a site like the Elm and that was single family, I used what we currently see in terms of the property tax take on those, multiplied across. Twins did the same thing, just doubled up, did that. And so you can find in backup what that is. I don't have it in there, but I also pulled Price Crossing, which is in my backyard, which is kind of like probably the closest thing to a missing middle. They're townhomes from about not too far in the past. It was kind of the first wave of new type stuff. And if you compare that, right, Price Crossing is about double the size of the land that the Elm is on, and it's about half the tax revenue of the Elm. Or put it another way, like the Elm is on half the amount of land, but gives us double the kind of value. Now, obviously, those things are, different, and that's your kind of missing middle. Obviously, the land is different, but the per square foot land value that you get from the Elm is much higher, right? And then we also have now we've finally gotten the reassessments from Jenny and Maluga's and Arbor Square. We can get all that at a different point, but I just wanted to kind of provide, you can find some of that information on backup. Some of the other elements I added in, you can't find in backup, but we have available, and a lot of that information is publicly available.
But that's my question. So you're doing your own analysis.
Yeah.
The planning commission is doing your own analysis. Adam, you're trying to consult with the planning commission. So where are we looking?
Well, right now,
well, I think, as an elected official, I think it's totally legitimate for us to inform ourselves and to try to inform our colleagues, and I think it's totally legitimate from y'all as the Planning Commission and the County Planning Commission, and for residents. We've had residents come up and want to present their information as well, and I'm generally of the opinion as a policymaker that give me the information, I will evaluate the information based off of what I'm seeing. And I don't see that as a bad thing.
I'd just like to say that we do have our Planning Commission and MCPC presenting us with their mid-slide right now. So if I could just ask that we go through the slides. If you have questions that relate to the slides, feel free to ask. And then at the end of this, we can go into more of a discussion.
I'm just
We're in the middle of the show.
where they all connect.
I would look at MCPC and Planning Commission together.
Okay.
You're doing everything together. The conversations are happening in small committees within the Planning Commission, and then reporting back in all of our meetings, everything that we are making decisions about. We then go back to MCPC and ask them to come back with the data, the statistics, more information for us to be able to then have that thoughtful conversation during our meetings. So we are one.
Okay.
We are responding to the questions that were sent to us by council.
Thank you.
Any questions on these two base levels on this book?
We're going to have a longer discussion later. I don't know that there's questions for you right now, but I think we all understand what the proposals are. So.
Yeah, so then we also did look at density bonuses in the two districts that we're tasked with. They're a little bit different depending on the district, but really it's a tool that it permits a developer floor space or height, but in exchange for providing a public benefit. So really, we thought what would be most beneficial to Narberth. There are communities that had a green building bonus in exchange for additional height. There are communities that have all sorts of different things, but we thought that affordable housing was probably most appropriate given the increase in median sales price and rental costs across the region and Narberth. So yeah, we took a look at that. Other municipalities in Montgomery County that have enacted some similar zoning bonuses include Lower Marion Township, around Narberth, Amber Borough most recently, and the county has worked with Amber Borough on their transit-oriented development overlay. So they've incorporated density bonuses with some success to offer increased density in exchange for requiring a certain percentage of units be affordable. And now, affordability really, that's a range. You can really decide, do you want them to be, for more low income, or as Lower Marion does, 80% of annual median income, which I've put up for you on the screen. So for a household size of one, that's 67,000, and then it increases in the amount as you increase the household size. So for the 5B district, what we were proposing was if a developer committed to allocating 10% of units as affordable, 8% of AMI, they would be permitted a fifth story up to 55 feet. But I want to be clear that to try and be in line with the rest of the street and careful around the neighbors, we want to have step backs of 10 additional feet both in the front and rear facade. So that would be on that fifth story, basically set back 10 feet in both directions. Whereas in the 4A district, we're really talking about right now, the 3 stories that would be permitted by right, according to what we're proposing, and we would permit a 4-story up to 45 feet in exchange for that density bonus.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
You have the setbacks related to the facades.
Yes.
Michael has suggested, and we've had discussions about that setback being more appropriately adjusted based on the closest, essentially, neighbor in a lower zone area. Do you have a view of that, or does that make more sense?
That is an enhanced version of what we
are
proposing.
Okay, so that you wouldn't be against or
No,
see a negative
fine
to
with
changing that specific recommendation to adjust it to the neighbors. Thanks.
I'm sorry. So why not use that recommendation of allow for 4 stories and 45 in height with 10% units of affordability in 5B? I mean, if we're considering the feedback from the public and the neighbors that have said, we're okay with 45 feet, it's there now. Wouldn't a response to those data and our community feedback say, okay, we're going to split the baby here. Affordable housing is something that we want. Hey, developer, we're going to give you an extra story and a half, but 10% of that has to be affordable housing. Why? Would that be an example of a way that we could compromise and show the community that we're listening to that feedback? We're getting a little something. We're getting a couple of affordable housings. They're getting something. They're getting an extra story and a half.
I mean, ultimately, that's an approach, certainly an approach. I guess right now, along that corridor, you're already allowed to build up to 45 feet as a commercial building. So there's already buildings being built that were built to that height. So I guess we thought that it should be by right to that height. If in the past, the folks have been able to build commercial buildings to that height, why not permit residential buildings to that height?
I'm just, well, we could probably get into this, I don't want to hijack that. I'm just saying, we could give them an extra story and a half and meet one of those affordability metrics and be responsive to a community who hasn't said we don't want density, they just want a balance. Like, wow, that seems like.
But we also want to be receptive to what's actually going to pencil out for a developer too. And I think that's where we can provide some insight. And we have talked to developers about this as well and what they've recommended to us. Little stories.
Oh, I'm sure.
Of course.
Yeah,
but right now you're not seeing 3-story multifamily developments. You're not seeing that anywhere in the county unless they're super luxury. I mean, you saw that several years ago at Meeting House Road on the you saw that. At this point, I don't know if that will go together based on the increase in construction costs.
I think that that's an example of when we need to have a more in-depth conversation on the penciling of the deal in order to show how the math is working out. But the reality is that the number of units based on the size of the lots available in Borough, if you say that your base level is 3 stories, but you can do it for 4 with the 10%, the loss of income on the 10% of the units could end up being the thing that prohibits them from going after that 4th story. And then if they can't do the 4th story, it may not pencil to build it at 3 stories, so then they may not do the development at all. And so we're trying to straddle the balance between wanting to be able to give opportunity for the increased density without setting the regulations in a way that will prohibit any new development in that capacity. And then, we're also trying to be realistic in the fact that there are only so many lots in the borough that can handle a development of that scale. And with the 4A changes, the density bonus is allowing for that increased height, but we also want to allow for additional types of buildings so that you can have a property that comes in and says, well, on this property, myself as a developer, I don't build multifamily, I build townhomes, and now I can build a townhome on that property, and that's what I'm going to build instead. And so we're trying to look at it from a holistic perspective and not just penciling our changes because one developer told us that that's what he needs to make the deal work. We're trying to have these larger conversations and run the numbers as a planning commission as best we can, but there's so many factors that change on a daily basis with cost of construction and land acquisition costs, but also on just the way that the deal is penciling with the percentage for construction costs, percentage for land acquisition. So, it's a very fluid conversation, and we are trying to assess it, which is how we kind of landed where we are. And I do think that having a more in-depth financial conversation will be beneficial.
All right, sounds like you're going to have that F&A. Okay.
And that kind of is a good segue for parking, because parking does kind of come into the conversation in increasing the cost of development. And this is actually some outdated data in terms of if you're building a parking garage with a multifamily development, it's going to cost you pretty significant amount per space. That cost has gone up. That's from 2016. So $18,000 cost per space if you're building a garage for multifamily development. So that goes directly into the increase in rent. So that's why we've been taking a look at parking, and other places have as well. But we're not kind of unique in that way. Montgomery County, Maryland, for example, a suburb north of Washington, D.C., has actually eliminated parking minimums within a half mile of metro stations to encourage
quarter mile.
So it's actually, I was actually incorrect. So it's a quarter of a mile for bus rapid transit, but I didn't include that. It's actually half a mile. Yeah, it's half a mile. And so they did that to allow the market to decide how much parking gets built. It's not that parking's not being built with developments within that location, but basically it's the developer deciding, okay, this is how much parking is going to be used, this is how much parking I need to make this development work. But yeah, parking, it's very expensive. It's very expensive. It also takes up a fair amount of space, which could include units, could include more density, which ultimately, green space, all sorts of things. So that's why we're taking a look at this kind of holistically, and considered it. So Montgomery County Planning Commission, we have put together kind of a model ordinance, and we do recommend reducing off-street parking limits as part of that ordinance.
I just want to point out, thanks for all the work you're doing. Thanks for the diligent efforts. Thanks for being here in the middle of the night, essentially on a Thursday. Thank you. The Montgomery County, Maryland is I think we're comparing apples and oranges.
Sure.
The metro runs every 5 minutes during rush hour.
So we're not recommending eliminating parking.
I just want to, if we're using something as a comparator,
sure,
it should be a fair comparator.
Sure.
SEPTA runs every 30 minutes, except the metro every 4 to 6 minutes until 9:30 p.m. when it's every 10 minutes. So I don't want anybody to be misled.
Oh,
to
think, yeah. No, I'm
not accusing you of misleading, but that's not a fair comparison.
Sure, in that aspect you're right, but the demographics are very similar in Montgomery, Maryland.
Yeah, but if I can get to the city every 5 minutes for my job as opposed to every 30 minutes, that's a big deal.
Or every hour.
Sure.
I mean,
we also took a look, I mean, this has been kind of discussed quite a bit in just like the overall, how many cars people have in the borough. And yeah, so about 55% of current residents have one car or less, according to census data. That's according to census data.
I should tell
There is a, you know, it's not completely accurate.
I don't think it's at all accurate, quite honestly, nor does it reflect the data that we asked from our local apartments of what are you seeing. I mean, I don't know anecdotally if we could name 45% of people that only have one car in their household. So I actually think that's not accurate data.
They do release it annually, and I will say I've looked at it and it's remained consistent, mostly consistent over time.
It has remained largely consistent year over year.
And I will just say that it's not just Montgomery County, Maryland. There are entire states where there are no transit minimums. California, Connecticut, Washington State, Colorado, Illinois, Oregon, Montana, all of these have rules about, well, actually, yeah, all these have either no limitations near or no parking limitations near transit, or just reduced. There's a maximum that you can have that's pretty low. So it's a conversation that's happening at state levels, a lot of places, just because it's hard to do locally because people.
There is a bill in the Pennsylvania legislature that would do away with parking minimums.
But this is also occurring statewide a lot of places, so it's not just Montgomery County.
I think in terms of like and I haven't looked at every municipality, but I think that in terms of the things that were maybe the most similar-ish to us, and I know that there's a reason why no municipality is similar-ish to us, but the closest thing I could find was I think Swarthmore's downtown was 0.75 spaces per unit. And that there were some other municipalities, I think Phoenixville in their downtown, I believe they waived it entirely, and they don't actually have transit service. But they're probably different from us in a number of ways. In terms of the ones that were comparable was that one, and then there were some other ones that had various alternative type processes.
I think Lower Merion, with the caveat that it's just for, I think, low-income housing, they have a stipulation for 0.5 parking spaces per unit. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
And then, maybe this would be helpful with the conversation, because one of the things that we've been charged with was perhaps looking at apartment buildings by right in 5B. We haven't really done that. We were mostly focused on mixed use. We think that at this time that's probably most appropriate for the corridor and kind of retaining a commercial retail aspect and vibrancy. But we'd be open to kind of evaluating apartment buildings by right in the 5B district as well. And this was just very limited sketch. We can work to update it to talk about sight lines, just showing what we mean. Currently, what would be built on Montgomery Avenue is the building to the right. Even though 45 feet is allowed, it would only be built to 35, 36 feet because, again, each residential floor is only going to be 10 feet. But commercial buildings, that's in the middle, those have gone to 45 feet. That's the way they were developed, just because those floor spacing is much wider. And then on the left would be a 4-story building within that 45 feet building envelope.
Do you know what the height of Narber Square is, which is the...
That's a good question.
On the right?
Not for lack of research. I need to get my hands on kind of like the original.
I believe Narber Square is 45 feet, and then you have
it's kind of
internally.
Like on like a podium. On like
It's kind of weird. So
it's like you have like a hidden. I'm sorry, you're about to describe.
Yeah, it's kind of weird just
You've
because
got like a
it's
step back for
yeah,
those units
but I
and
think it is actually.
We'll find out.
I think it actually is 45 feet with the far right paradigm. So
okay.
I think it's 45 feet, and it's interesting because if you stand in the parking lot and you count 1, 2, 3, 4, because they effectively found a hidden 4th story internally by making them loft.
Yes.
Units.
Yeah, which is a unique. I mean, good for them that they were able to do that. But yeah, that's pretty unique that we haven't probably even seen elsewhere.
Yeah, I think that was driven solely by the fact that we have a 3-story, largely arbitrary thing when 45 feet in normal terms is a 4-story.
Yeah, for example, anywhere else in the borough where you 3 stories is allowed is up to 35, 36 feet.
Right.
So. Anything else here? I think we're okay. We can keep moving along. So we have done some additional research and reached out to partners as we were charged to do. We can go to the next slide. Thanks. Yeah, so we talked with DVRBC. So Andrew Spelka is their manager of Smart Growth, and we were talking about housing affordability, and he pointed to numerous studies that point out to a shortage of homes in the region, and that kind of resulting in the cost increases that we're seeing. He particularly looked at a Pew Research study stating outright that the lack of building has contributed to housing shortage and hurt affordability, and he pointed out from that study there were a couple of places. I mean, off the top of my head, separate study, Austin is a great example. So between in 2015, they recognized that prices were increasing so much regionally, just like year over year. So they made a huge adjustment to their zoning code, allowing for more apartment buildings and things of that nature. And what we've seen there is just an intense amount of building, but ultimately it actually has shown that supply impacts the cost of housing. So now Austin, their housing price has actually gone down in the last year because they have such a supply of housing. So it's actually proven, this was kind of theory before, but it's actually proving that supply makes a difference. Now, how does that impact Narberth? Narberth is a component of a larger community of the region, and this is something that we are looking at from a regional perspective and from a county perspective. So we talked to Andrew about that. We did talk to the Narberth Business Association. Ed Ridgway is the president, and he, particularly with respect to Montgomery Avenue, saw that it was an appropriate location for increased density and height. Generally, increasing residence tends to help the business climate.
Just back to Joe's point.
Sure.
We're not Austin.
Oh, you're completely right.
Okay. And I appreciate that you say regionally, because do we know how many apartments have been put up in Bala Cynwyd, in Ardmore, and
Yes.
in Toyota? How much do you know that? I know it's hundreds.
I can get that information.
It's
but
about 800, I believe.
It's definitely in the hundreds. Yeah. Depending on the time frame. Yeah.
Okay. And I just think, A, we're not Boston.
Sure.
And B, we are a quarter of a square mile, so I would like to look at the impact of the number of apartments that are going up within a mile adjacent to our little community.
Totally. And we did look at rents, and I thought it was interesting that rents actually had kind of, I wouldn't say completely plateaued, but they weren't going up as much as Lower Merion Township in the last few years. And we'd have to do some more in-depth research, but that would seem to indicate that the amount of building is kind of keeping rents a little bit lower. because we've had a lot go online in the borough in the last few years.
Thank you so much. People listening may have heard you say, people listening who heard you say increasing availability decreases prices. Would people who are concerned about the resale value of their homes be hearing that the resale value of their homes would be affected negatively?
I heard that throughout the survey, yeah. I don't think so. I mean, Austin literally built 100,000 homes, and what we're talking about in terms of a decrease is really just staying level. It's been like -4% in terms of housing prices. I don't think you're going to see in this region or anywhere, housing costs going down in any meaningful way. I mean, it's very robust. I mean, I think you've seen the data in the last 10 years. Robert had a 30% increase in median sales price, so I think, housing has gone up for homeowners, which is good from an investment vehicle standpoint. But we're thinking about kind of being a little bit more inclusive.
Totally agreed. Yeah. Just want to make sure that everything is clear and transparent.
Yes.
About benefits and risks for individual, for the people we represent.
So there are other places too that have just do land use reforms like Minneapolis, Houston, where they experience slower rent growth because of some of the reforms that they implemented with zoning. Yeah.
Joe, I thought you were going to ask a different question because I think you're talking about apartment costs. We've heard a little bit of a concern about if we allow for more density and perhaps affordable housing, that's going to affect somebody's home value. And I will concede this point that the data is actually to the opposite. If you have modest additional housing typologies and a mix of housing, that actually property values for people in single-family houses tend to go up, not down. It's actually, people seem to value that diversity of housing stock and a diverse community. And so, as someone who's, I'll readily admit, a little more on the modest side of what we're talking about, that point actually is fairly telling to me. And I think for the people who are concerned that if we approve any sort of density that their property's value is going down, the data actually doesn't support that overall.
We have broken down at the county level kind of by housing type over the last several years, and really what's been spiking has been single family homes, including in Borough. Whereas there's been much more modest increases in sales price, we're talking about sales price here, for attached houses as well as multifamily.
But that's actually the crux of it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
That's a good point Mike just made, and I want to say that's one thing we really can learn from Lower Merion, where they have had, specific large buildings built. You can see what the surrounding properties have sold for over time. I've been looking to try to second guess myself, like for a counter example of something that has been reduced in value because it was next to a larger structure, and I cannot find one. I can only find normal property increases, property value increases of private homes. So, I would agree with that.
I will say that when we passed our Historic District Act, we had, one of the concerns that I found pretty compelling was that if if I can no longer redevelop my lot, then I'm losing value. You are costing me value by passing this Historic District Act because my property can no longer be developed. So in general, yeah, I think that's true. I think that the more options we allow for lots to be developed, the more valuable those lots are. I mean, the individual house may or may not appreciate in value, but the lot does, the property does, if there's more that you can do with it. So, Cindy?
I guess that's just the clear distinction that I think is missing in this conversation is renting and rental costs versus homeowners. Sure. If you look at the stock of people who want to own a house, and you know what, we shouldn't, all of us on this council own our homes. What a privilege is that, right? How do we increase the stock where people can purchase a home, right? And that has been my question how long, right? To the saying of when the only tool you have is a hammer, suddenly everything looks like a nail. you know, by you saying, oh, we're just throwing up all of these more luxury apartments, we're going to reduce the numbers of apartment rentals. Well, that's lovely, but we're hearing people who want to purchase a home in our community. There's a beloved neighbor that I just learned who is now moving out of the borough to Swarthmore Media because there isn't a condo that she can buy, to Kathy's point. Right? I mean, the ability to turn over and allow folks to build equity, I don't see anywhere in here where we incentivize that.
Sure.
That's actually not permitted in zoning to incentivize condos. Unfortunately, I wish we could, but we should be talking about it, and it's on our list to do, but we've been kind of focused on zoning discussion.
But that I think is a critical piece because you know, you're talking about as if you're doing people this favor by building luxury apartments. I have Gen Z kids who read the data. They're not going to be able to buy a house until they're 40, right? So saying we're going to build you a luxury apartment that you can rent it for the next 20 years, it is a tool of justice, I think is moralistic.
We really want to provide optionality, I think, and so that's why townhomes, you know, smaller size homes as well.
Well, I look forward to, because I'm really only hearing incentive for apartments, so.
Yeah,
well, and we had some.
We're looking at only 2 zones within the borough, and in one way with the 4A district, we're asking to be able to change the code to allow for more typologies that are of that single family style, not a detached home, but a townhome, a cottage, those are potentially entry-level home styles. In the 5B, it just doesn't, that typology doesn't make sense on Montgomery Avenue if we're trying to ensure that we're maintaining that commercial corridor. And so those are the only 2 zones that we have assessed to date, and we wanted to present all of that information and make sure that there was no further data, further conversations before we do look at the questions. We have been charged with looking at that missing middle, but the reality is that in these 2 zones, other than requesting the ability to build other types in 4A, there's nothing else that we could assess. If we look ahead to other zones, it becomes a conversation of lot sizes, the technologies of the buildings that we can build. But as a planning commission, we have not started that holistic research and conversation because we wanted to not get lost in the weeds of every single zone at the same time.
So, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so legally you could not say to a developer, okay, through conditional use, we will give you 4 stories, no retail on the bottom if it's condo? Okay, that's a legal statement. Even through conditional use? Okay.
And condos are largely not being developed holistically anymore because the insurance policies on those properties are so high that developers aren't pursuing that avenue at all.
Which is a policy decision that the state for now has made and might change. And when it does change, right, you may see condo conversion. So we had a speaker earlier who lives in the Windmont condos, hello. And as everyone on the dais knows, but folks in the public might not know, that building was built as an apartment building and it was condoized several decades later. I know that when y'all presented, or I can't remember if it was the county or our planning commission, the Marion Station condos came up. That was another example of something that had been built as an apartment building and then was condoized over time. So the infrastructure is important, right? Even if there's certain state or other sorts of policy stoppages at this moment in time, having a typology in place. You know, buildings are flexible. They change, they live, they grow with the communities themselves.
There's also a massive legislature at the national level that just passed the House for the largest housing reform in the country. So that is something that we should all familiarize ourselves with, the whole document and not just the highlights that keep getting featured, because it has the potential to dramatically alter some of the components that are bearing down on development costs right now, if it can pass the Senate.
Okay, just one more slide.
Oh, just one more question over here, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think of questions that, these aren't necessarily my questions, but questions that I think might come to the minds of the people who are listening. The Northern Business Association of the opinion that Montgomery Avenue is the appropriate location, so 5B. some people might be wondering, we're talking about 5B and 4A. 4A isn't mentioned there. Is that just an omission in the question that was asked? Or?
Yeah, I mean, Chairman Rom had the conversation. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I know the answer to that. He said if you're going to do density, 5
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
All right, so lastly, we were charged with examining what the Americans doing from an affordable housing perspective. I think that, there's perceptions about their levels of success and things of that nature. So just wanted to give you kind of what they're doing. And this is outside of like truly like low-income affordable housing. I'm addressing that at this time. But they've developed, kind of, they have zoning incentives. So in our Town Center near transit to encourage affordable housing. So one additional story is permitted. 20% of residential units are reserved for moderate income, so that's 80% of AMI as we are proposing. They do have kind of an out for developers to contribute to the housing fund as well. And then low-income multifamily housing, as I mentioned earlier, within half a mile of SEPTA requires 0.5 parking spaces are required per unit, so they do reduce the parking requirements for affordable housing near transit. And 355 West Lancaster Ave, that's an example of a 4-story development. It's got ground floor retail and 25 of the 120 apartments are affordable to households, 80% of AMI. They also, this is a little bit outside of formal zoning, but through, and I have seen this in other communities where there's a negotiation with developers for affordable housing during the land development waiver process, and they have done that in on Presidential Boulevard with a 5-story mixed-use development. And 5% of the units are for folks earning 80% or below of AMI, and then 5% of the units are for folks earning 120% of AMI. So that's what we're starting to see in places, that they're starting to regulate and incentivize building apartments that are 100 to 120% are available to folks that could afford, 30% of their income. But they're the 100th percentile or 120th percentile of the median income. So they're incentivizing building apartments for people that are earning more than the annual median income. That's the state of things right now. And that goes for, I've seen that with townhomes in Bucks County. And this is an example in Borough, a larger apartment, a larger multifamily.
So the 355 Lancaster Avenue.
Yeah.
Is that full retail on the ground floor?
That's a good question.
Because it's only 4 stories and they were able to get a lot of affordable units in there. On a 4-story development, presumably.
I think it's all much larger lot.
It's 120.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, obviously that's much bigger, much higher number of apartments.
Yeah.
I have a question about, in the town center, in Ardmore Town Center, it says 1 additional story is permitted when 20% of residential units are reserved for moderate income.
Yeah.
How much have we actually seen get built with that 20%? Do we have that data?
Versus using their housing fund?
Right.
Yeah. So we have the example of 355 West Lancaster Avenue. Again, I'll have to check in with my colleagues over in Borough.
Okay, so that's an example.
That's an example.
Okay.
That one also has federal funding, right? Is that one of the ones
the
that
one that has federal funding, that's the Ardmore House.
Okay.
That's for 100% low income.
Okay.
Folks earning between 20 and 60%.
So is it generally more feasible when the amount of units is larger?
Yes. That's why we're only proposing 10% of units.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure, that's okay.
I appreciate you. I'm just going to say that. So you were talking about on 5B when we're asking about what are the build-outs, right? So the Price House is protected, obviously, from our historical preservation. There are a couple of other lots that I can think of that probably would work, right, for adaptive use apartments, but you said there are others that are too narrow, the slope is different. Is there any does it make any sense to then consider adding twin houses and row houses in 5B and incorporate something that Lower Merion is doing that allows home buyers, you know this program? Okay, it's home buyers must meet Lower Merion eligibility requirements, including some income restrictions, but it's allow folks to buy with quote a soft zero interest second mortgage that will be placed on the property. I'll spare you the details, I can send it. Gilda Kramer, I think, led this. But essentially, when applications are reviewed, preference is given to people who live or work in Lower Merion, they're former township residents, teachers, military, active Lower Merion firefighters. So again,
how are they funding it? Is that through the affordable housing fund?
I don't know. I just saw this the other day and I thought, these are the things that I'm hoping we can explore beyond just, let's give density bonuses 10%. I mean, that's, as you said, it's happening everywhere in cities. But also in Lower Merion, they're saying, okay, here are these smaller homes that allow people to buy, purchase, and build equity. Would it make sense for us to explore that on Montgomery Avenue? I mean, Kathy, you're the star of the meeting here. We're going to point to, you know, we went to a council event on Montgomery Avenue. It was absolutely beautiful. This garden court set back. I never in a million years thought on Montgomery Avenue you could have such a garden-style clustered housing.
It's not 5B, that's not 5B.
I know, but I'm just saying, on Montgomery Ave, you know, I didn't think it could be so secluded. Should we be thinking about that in the commercial corridor of 5B?
And I think it's a different pitch than what we were originally asked to review, which was the general feedback was maintaining that commercial corridor and the businesses that are already there and wanting to have other businesses to support those to increase foot traffic.
Okay.
Yeah,
So you answered my question. That's why you didn't consider
That's
it.
why we didn't consider
Okay.
it. Yeah, but I think elsewhere in the borough, that should be considered. That's kind of like the example that we're talking about. Triplexes, quadplexes, that type of thing.
I also think it's important to note that the Price House lot falls under a different zoning type because there's an approval process allowance for having a historically protected resource on the lot and then allowing development as a secondary. But that is a unique situation. It's just that the code is written in a way that you can build an apartment building, not a mixed use property with the future.
Sure.
And that's partly why we didn't evaluate apartment buildings percent, because that's kind of a bigger conversation if we want to consider adjusting the historic district.
And to the question of the like single-family typologies within an affordable housing context, I haven't looked at the specific program, but the normal way that this is handled is that you're insulating the owner from the value of the land, right? Like that is how you're able to maintain the affordability of it and to maintain the affordable resale value so that someone can't turn around and then just flip it at market value, right? But then the other component of this, if you were talking about building equity, you're normally building equity in the land. The structure is depreciating every day that you don't put more money into it. So this is the difficulty that I have not seen like any municipality be able to solve for with affordable home ownership. Like the benefit of affordable home ownership, right, is that you're owning the structure. You then have all of the issues of the owning of the structure. You're unable to be kind of evicted, right, which is a benefit, and you have all of those other things. But the building of the equity piece, you're insulated from that because of all of the other challenges of not wanting someone to just kind of be able to flip it at a market rate and all of these other sorts of things. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on this like logistical piece of how that specific typology is handled. It gives you an affordable place to live. You own the structure, but you're insulated from the land cost increase.
That's all we have.
All right, thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Last question. In the document that you said, it's incredibly well written. The second, number 2 is the 4A. And there's a statement, in order for apartment buildings to be built, the setback requirement for about 25 feet along street frontages would need to be reduced. And the NPC has proposed a setback of 10. I'm not doubting that, but it doesn't say why the setback would need to be reduced.
It needs to be reduced in order for an apartment. There's just not enough, a large enough lot.
Okay.
For an apartment to be built.
It just wouldn't be affordable for.
It doesn't fit, or like you couldn't, none of the lots, or there's 3 lots that could fit an apartment building currently in order for you to be able to build an apartment building that's large enough to have somebody want to build an apartment building there. You need to allow for a larger footprint on the lot because the current zoning codes with the setbacks create this tiny footprint on the lot. You lose a lot of real estate.
It makes it, from a cost perspective, it would be unbuildable. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But somewhere along the line, from a community perspective, you thought to keep the scale and scope of our community, 25 feet is effective to do that. Not you personally, I'm not thinking. I'm just pointing out that, like, we're back to saying, well, a developer needs a 10-foot setback if they're going to make money. I'm just saying, well, our planning commission thought that 25 feet was appropriate to keep it as the walkability and the scalability of our community.
I think that the historic code for the 25 feet was established based on existing properties that were built at that time, and then it was just applied as the standard going forward. There is a mixed opinion on the planning commission about what the setbacks should be, but there is a general consensus that we need to be very sensitive to the neighboring buildings.
Yes.
There have been a lot of conversations about whether or not you need to transition a facade halfway down the block in order to step it back before you get to the residential building. We've had conversations about wanting to incorporate different landscaping undulations as a mandatory requirement along a wall facade within that district to make it feel more residential along the longer. Like we're trying to. So the recommendation currently is just for the 10 feet, but at planning commission there are a range of opinions about what other soldo guidelines could be changed from a design perspective on the building to have it feel more contextual with the adjacent property.
I appreciate, I mean, we're hearing a lot about what the developer needs, the developer needs. It's just nice to hear you're thinking, what would the neighbors like? Like, we're changing this to a type of, and I want to underscore my appreciation and hope that you present that balanced picture to us.
I have a slightly different concern about the setbacks, which is, being on infrastructure, the impermeable surface reduction, particularly over there where we're going into the watershed. And I don't know, I assume that you guys don't have, that's not within your purview to sort of figure out the negative effect on having less impervious surface. So it should be incumbent on us to figure out the negative impacts on that. But do you have a sense of how we could mitigate that, either through roof structures or, I don't know. I don't know how you mitigate, the reduction in impervious surface. Yeah, well, that's why I'm asking, because I know you're an architect.
I'm a licensed architect in the state of Pennsylvania, and I've been practicing for over 10 years. So ways that we have approached that on other projects include pre-roof systems, mandatory pre-roof systems. There's a blue roof system that just holds water and slows the rate of water infiltration off a roof without having the green components of it. There are other options that can be sort of underground containers that get built under the foundation that holds the water as it comes off the roof system. So you have internal roof drains instead of external roof drains, and they would drain into a holding system under the building or behind the building that then slow the rate of the water permeation.
So the question is, if we give them are we taking on one hand and giving away the other? Are we making it, we're giving them more space to build to make it more affordable, but I would think I would want to say, but if you do that, you've got to mitigate by doing one of these other measures. Is the cost of those measures going to basically, no pun intended, be a wash with giving them the extra space?
The easy green roof system, which is just a tray system installed, is not a high cost impact on a building. It's changing the drain system. It's slightly enhancing the structure of the roof, but it's not enhancing it to the point where it's cost negative to a development typically.
So I have a follow-up question on this, and I'm not sure if y'all are, it might be Maggie. So our Saldo today has a performance-based standard system when it comes to stormwater management and water quality, which go hand in hand but aren't the same thing. My understanding is you actually have to improve stormwater management based off of whatever your existing condition is. So I'm going to pitch that over to the manager, and then you also have to directly address for water quality. And these things are directly related, right, to the amount of impervious surface that you're putting down. So I'll pitch that over to Maggie, and then I have a color comment afterwards as well.
I mean, I think you're predicting what I was.
We were giving it to Maggie.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't want to create a condition. You know, we keep talking about making things that are so restrictive that we put on so many conditions that we actually make it impossible.
Well, we're not mandating they have to put in any amount of impervious cover, right? We're giving more flexibility for the space. So if it didn't work, someone could do a smaller amount. But yeah, I wouldn't so in terms of our Saldo standards.
Right, so the stormwater management requirements actually exist outside the Saldo. Saldo references the stormwater management ordinances. And the requirement is that you have to improve the site in the sense that you cannot increase the amount of runoff generated on the site in a post-construction condition and in a pre-construction condition. And the facility has to be designed so that it can manage all of the stormwater runoff that's generated internal to the site. So stormwater facilities are not designed to handle stormwater that is like pass-through stormwater or it's flowing onto the property from somewhere else. It's supposed to manage all of the stormwater that's generated from impervious surfaces on that particular property.
Yeah, which deals with that impervious cover. And just as a small thing, but I thought it was when I was, and I actually wasn't looking for this article, but I found a Mainline Times article about price crossing, which is up a grade from me. And it described the planning commission meeting prior to y'all, planning commission meeting of price crossing. It said 50 people showed up, and that was like one of the specific things that was mentioned was this price crossing is above everything else. It's going to be flooding everything. And and this is purely anecdotal, but it was interesting when I moved into my house. The gentleman from the family who I was talking to, he said, you know, well, we used to have flooding issues in the basement all the time. And after they built that, the flooding issues got better. and I validated that with other neighbors to say, yeah, it was, and I assume that it was because now they're actually retaining, they probably didn't put any stormwater management when they built that thing back, you know, 100 years, the prior development that was up there, you know, 100 years ago. And I think that kind of speaks to our standards performing generally.
Remember when I said that was actually my last question? I unintentionally fibbed. Real quick, my friend the architect, for people living in, for all of us, as we think about the 198 Elmwood, it's, you know, if we consider, you know, 35 feet, currently 45 feet, it's on a very steep slope. How do we help envision what that looks like? For, you know, 45 feet on the downside slope, which would be the west and southwest sides of that building.
Yeah.
It feels to me like it could be a 55-foot wall.
Sure. So we were having conversations, two things. The first I would like to say is that land is privately owned, and so we cannot guarantee that it's going to be developed as an apartment building, and so there is a high probability that it is not, and we just want to ensure that if it is, the code is written in a way that it is a gentle development change and not a kind of box just dropped on the site. But we cannot, as a planning commission, and you cannot, as borough council, guarantee that somebody that it does not just become single-family homes or hopefully we allow townhomes and then so we have conversations about how we measure the height of the building. It is defined in the zoning code currently, and it's a calculation from the base elevation around the entire lot line. And so on a property like 198 where there is an extreme slope, it does technically it does alter the height, so you would have it would be lower right at the elevation than the 35 feet currently. We are having discussions, and we have not provided this as a recommendation formally, I don't think, yet, where we are looking at 2 different alternatives as to how to measure the base elevation on the properties holistically in the borough to take into account grade differentials. But you know, we have had conversations with Montgomery County about like it really would be helpful to see a massing of that. So we have not recommended anything to you yet because we don't want to suggest changes to the code on how we measure a building height without the careful consideration of what that looks like. But currently it's pre-development, you would take the base elevations around the entire perimeter of the lot line, and the average elevation becomes 0, and then you build 35 feet or your maximum height from there. And so on a site like 198, that would lower the 35 height, or if 45 is allowed, would actually be less than that based on the current calculation of how you calculate what the maximum height is from 0.
So if I were to, I'm not an architect or designer or anything, if the 35 feet is in the middle of the lot, let's pretend that it's a 30-foot decline. At that 15-foot middle point, there's 35 feet. Then at the lowest end, it would be 35 feet plus 10 or 15 feet, right? Is that, am I thinking about it-ish the right way?
I apologize, I will seem to practice.
Oh, I apologize.
My brain is trying to
But if it's 30-foot slope.
Yes, the low end of the slope would have technically be able to have slightly higher height.
Okay, thank you so much.
And the high end would have a lower height.
And we would, before we move forward with any vote on any ordinance, we'll probably, it sounds like we'll have a better vision of what that will look like.
Sort of who should take responsibility for some of those early massing models of some of that specific calculation, and not a formal sketch for the zoning code, just a massing diagram to look at, whether it's NBC, whether it's Northern Planning Commission or NBC.
That would be so helpful for me to know what I'm looking for. Thank you so much.
I'm curious, do you know how Lower Marion Township calculates that? Is it from the midpoint or?
There are sort of 2 alternative options that we have been looking at. The first is to measure your base elevation from the main entry, and so that would negate deep slopes, that where your entry point is. So if you're building up, you know, the back of your building would then be shorter, but if you're building up, it would be taller. And then the other is the base elevation is from the public street lot lines and not from all 4 edges, which at 198 would still include, like there is still grade change down 1 elevation. So it is not, we're not seeking to say like this is the option to make sure that the back of the building is 60 feet. Like we're trying to review based on those are 2 alternative possibilities of how other jurisdictions look at it, in addition to how we currently measure it. So, you know, we're looking at all 3.
Okay, I'm going to ask you all not to yell at me, and at least let me finish my thought. And if this came up when I was in the bathroom, you can tell me to cut it. I mean, we're having this conversation about 4A because of 198, right? It's legally not spot zoning because we're going to say we're going to extend it throughout 4A. But that was the motivation of this. So let's envision a scenario that apartments were off the table and single-family homes were off the table because the developer had said he was interested in building 3 single-family homes, and then got word that council wanted apartments there, so held off. So we could roll the dice, to your point, and say, he could just say, forget it, I'm going to build a 3-family home, single-family homes, which I think we all would agree is not an ideal place for 3 single-family homes. It would be a really missed opportunity. I've proposed this with council members, hence the don't yell at me, but community members who have all said, yeah, okay, that's manageable. Suppose we took off single-family homes. Suppose we took off apartments. Suppose we added row homes. So you saw what was consistent in 4A was some of that missing middle, right? And we said, I think the majority of the community is agreeable to, 45 feet on Montgomery Avenue makes sense. We can work out the parking details, and is it 3, is it 4, is it no, right? But in return, is there any scenario where you see it appropriate to say, we could incentivize smaller units that are not apartments in 4A? And I don't even need you to answer this now, quite honestly. I just, as you think about missing middle, I would ask you to respond.
Sure. I will say that from the 4A specifically, we were looking holistically at the entire district and how it is sort of encompassing the downtown. And so in an urban planning, which I'm not an urban planning background, many people on the commission do, you want to sort of stagger your density down as you move away from your business district. And so going from your maximum densities in the 5 zones and then your slightly reduced but still high density in 4, and then stepping it down.
Yeah.
Townhomes technically end up falling in sort of a gray line between low density and high density. But in the conversation, the urban planning conversation, eliminating the potential for an apartment building eliminates possible sites elsewhere that could be a very good design location for an apartment building. And so I would say, it is my opinion, and I'm not going to speak in this case for the commission. This is my opinion that limiting yourself across the entire district could have future implications in the event that one of those other locations wanted to do a redevelopment.
You could do a conditional use, but you actually just, I think supported the suggestion, right? Highest concentration in 5, step down in 4, step down again in 3. So you're saying, yeah, of course, you put those apartments in our downtown or on Montgomery Avenue. Wow, you get rid of singles, but you add the row homes, stacked townhomes, tries, multi in 4, and then you spread it out.
Our 4A though is a unique condition where the downtown still filters into it. And so I will say that from that perspective, it is something to keep in mind. There are businesses in the 4A district, and so it is a unique transition area where, by the time you get to Windsor, most people would prefer to not see an apartment building or to see a general approach to an apartment building, but you can't easily gradient the district where you say, like, okay, the first 3 blocks on this should be apartments and then the next 3 need to be something else, and then the last ones it's trying to be a holistic approach. But I also don't know if there's a legal at the state of limiting types, typologies when it comes to that.
We don't allow single-family housing in 5B, for instance, on Montgomery Avenue.
So we do limit.
How many zoning districts is an apartment building a principal building type allowed in today?
So 0.
Yeah, well, by right it's 0.
By right it's 0.
So, but like, let's include conditional uses. Yeah, you're right on that.
5B.
I'm sorry?
5B.
Well, that's that's in the basically the
historic
secondary
district.
building,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah, that's in the secondary building. Then, so 5A downtown on Windsor.
On the corner
just
lots.
on the corner lots of Windsor. Yeah.
And then, so it's, but other than those kind of special use cases, by conditional use, it's 3C, it's 4A, and it's 4B, right? So in terms of our comprehensive plan speaking to having a broad variety of use types, we have and basically every other district in some form or fashion, 3A is a little iffy, but the other districts allow some type of missing middle generally.
Yeah.
We need to probably make it more feasible. But missing middle is allowed broadly. Apartment building, which is a condo building, which is an important use type, is allowed very narrowly. The 4A district is about 4 or 5% of zone land in the borough, and y'all already discussed how much of that is covered by the historic district and or on sites that are kind of too small that you wouldn't deem to be that, right? So if it's an important component of an overall housing plan, and then we take one of the districts where it's allowed and cannibalize it, are we actually providing for all different types of housing versus it could be an outcome because we're allowing it there. If it's not feasible, then your next big bet is to do that. But I guess just in terms of just like a high level perspective, especially considering the site that was being discussed is across the street from an apartment building and across the street from the train station and across the street from the downtown.
Is that a question or a statement?
Hey,
Michael, I think this is a policy question in council lounge. So, I do want to correct for the record that we are not considering rezoning an entire district just because of one site, perhaps. You are interested in just a... No. You said it was spot zoning. It is not. We are looking at an entire... We are looking at the entire zoning district, and we are asking people what the repercussions are going to be for the entire zoning district, because the changes we make will apply to the entire zoning district. That's true for both the 4A and the 5B. The changes we make are going to be, as you say, there are other possibilities in the 5B where apartments could go up. Is worth it for us to consider it. They've identified other sites in the 4A where apartments could go up. They're also proposed, we've also got proposals to allow townhouses, which would, townhouses are viable in a lot of sites on the 4A.
I said we are legally not spot zoning because we're extending.
I'm glad you said that. So, I think it might be best if we take a 5-minute recess here because it's quite late. There were some questions about the survey. So, Adam, we're going to put you back on the spot, I think, after this. But would anyone like to make a motion for a 5-minute break here? I second. Is there a second? All right. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor of a 5-minute recess? Okay. 5 minutes. Break. Yeah, I needed it too. Are we back? All right, everybody. We're back in order. Thank you for a little more than 5 minutes. So, as I said, if we had questions about the survey, some council members did, so we'll keep Adam on the spot here. Chad, I think you can.
Can they sit?
Up to you. All right.
Can I offer them chairs? Or do they have to stay up?
It depends how long the...
I'm really hoping that we can, I don't know how many questions you have. So.
All right.
Yes.
So this is just an open opportunity to ask questions about the survey in particular. We have the raw data, I think a lot of us have looked at the raw data. We have the summary memo that was in the packet that was also sent out to us last month that Adam had prepared going over just the survey results in a general way. So, I know a lot of us have, I've read everything, and I did my own analysis of it. I know other people have as well, but feel free to ask general questions of Adam about it.
I guess I just want a clarification. You said, maybe I misheard at the beginning of the meeting, like, we didn't intend, originally there wasn't an intent to do the survey at the end. We sort of converted questions that came up at the meeting to the survey. And so, and I've said this before, like, as a member of council, I was kind of surprised the survey went out, and I didn't even know we were doing a survey. I didn't have a chance to review it. I would have had lots of different questions involved. So how did we decide, for that survey to go out and what questions went into it? Because, like, for example, as a 66-year-old who wants to age in place, there weren't really any questions directed to me about, or my demographic about, would you like to stay in the borough? What kind of topography you would want to see? Would you be more likely to rent or buy a condo or, want equity in the house? All those things were just, like,
I agree.
Missing to me. Okay.
So, I'm just thinking of how to phrase it. So the survey wasn't a part of the deliverable initially, and then it kind of came, we wanted to supplement the open house, but didn't have much time to do it. And so then we replicated the open house in a survey format, which is not ideal, but it still got a lot of engagement, a lot of responses. It just was, the way that the survey was written was very open-ended, so it required a lot more going through and develop. There was a lot of nuance in the responses, so if anything, it just, the way that it was written just created more work for me, but in the end. But ultimately, we were very focused on the open house, and then the survey came up kind of as, oh, we should do this, and so.
Adam, if I can quick jump in, so this in part was directly to respond to resident requests for a virtual option to the open house. And so it was essentially a virtual open house. So it was not designed as a standalone survey. It was not statistically significant. It was literally the open house, but make it virtual for people who couldn't attend the open house. And the language of it got kind of twisted, and it was presented as a survey as opposed to a virtual open house. And I think that has kind of led to some confusion about the relevance, importance, and role of the survey in the results that we're seeing. So really this was, we got a direct request by a resident to make it a virtual option, and so we did.
So this is more qualitative data
It is.
rather than any kind of statistical
No,
representation.
it's really not the best statistic. I'll be the first to admit. I mean, I was asked the day of the open house to put together this.
I can corroborate. I asked him, I said, hey, we got this request. Can we make this happen?
By, 4 o'clock, and so I just,
So we took the open house questions, Adam put it into an online survey, and it was available, so we had it prepped ahead of the open house. It was live that night.
Yes.
We had QR codes to that link at the open house, so you'll see their survey result
from the night of the open house.
From the night of the event,
I
because
did
people
receive
were.
a question from the public about this.
Because
and I explained that we had a QR code on the sheet that everyone received. There were 66 people in attendance.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to address that because somebody put that out.
4 people filled out the survey post 8:30 p.m. that night, so we ended at like 8 o'clock. So that's the reason for those 4 results.
You anticipated my other question
Well,
because somebody put that out on social media and I wanted you to clarify.
And I would say
there's nothing
if it were to be statistically representative, it would have had a lot of questions about, are you a renter?
Oh yes, I would much rather have all of that.
Right, to make sure that it.
To be able to actually take statistics of this is how many renters said this is not how many homeowners. I would have loved to do that. It's just not how it shaped out. I still think we got some important responses and interesting responses, like from a wide variety of the community and even some business owners. So
I think it was really helpful just to get
lost. Yeah, but that's why it was really just replicating the open house in a virtual format.
Yeah, and I think that like when we did the Parks Plan survey, like we intentionally included a lot of like open-ended questions because we found that like regardless of whether one person made a comment or 100 people made a comment, like there was value in getting kind of just like thought process, insight.
There are definitely themes throughout.
Yeah.
I mean, there are themes of why people are for or against it. So I definitely took that into account.
Cindy?
Oh, so I had posed this question to you earlier, but really the question I think is more for individual council members, and that is just, has your perspective changed after getting community feedback? And whether that has been the survey or the emails. And I think each of us on council should be clear on, yes, I will consider community feedback in my vote and evaluation, or no, I will not. Yes, I'm going to consider community feedback, and this is how. Or no, I'm going to use facts and basis, and I'm going to make my evidence-based decision there. So I was asking you all, how have you changed the feedback? And your answer was, we haven't. And you're right. So then we need to say, as legislators and elected officials, is there a place for community feedback in our personal votes? And I do think that we should each be clear with that.
Yeah,
I think we've all made it clear by coming out and speaking to the community and being out at open houses and being out at community events. And I think it is disturbing to think that you would like accuse people of not paying attention to the community when we're out there. I mean, we're all volunteers.
I'm sorry, Fred.
We're
I
out there
have to
listening
interrupt,
things.
and you know, because I emailed you before today, I have had very specific conversations with both Ms. Bura and Mr. Gaudini, and I'm going to put them on the spot, because after last week's meeting, or the meeting 2 weeks ago, we had an extended conversation outside where they both told me emphatically, unambiguously, that they are not going to take community input into consideration.
That is absolutely and objectively not true.
And you
for
also
you to
said
say
it,
that,
Michael, well, let me finish. You also said it to me after
This is
one of our meetings, our committee meetings, in front of witnesses.
This may be the most absurd moment on this dais that I've ever sat through, to hear
Michael,
you say something that is flatly untrue like that after you accused me at that moment of saying that, and I clarified for you multiple times so I know you understood what I said in that moment, to then bring this up at a public meeting is absurd.
Well,
this is
Mr.
completely absurd.
Bush claimed to speak for you. Michael, 2 weeks ago, we sat outside and spoke about this in detail. And you said to me, and I will do my best to paraphrase you because I won't misquote you. But what
you've
you
been
said
misquoting me
over
so
and
far,
over
so keep
is
doing a
that
good job of it.
our role as elected officials was to make the hard decisions whether the community liked it or not.
That is not what I said.
And
that is not my approach to policymaking. And for you to stand here and put words in my mouth in a recorded meeting to put me on the spot in your words is unconscionable.
So I was witness to that conversation, and he clarified multiple times.
Multiple times while you yelled at me, and I tried to get you to calm down so I could explain.
Gina has the floor here.
He clarified multiple times that that is not what he was saying. He was saying we need to listen to the community to get their values and to understand what their values are. It's not necessarily, we have, as elected officials, he was saying as elected officials, it's our responsibility to listen to all the community feedback, take that as a factor, and then take all of the other considerations into account.
yes,
So,
you remember the analogy you gave me to the Civil Rights Act? I said if the senators in 1964 took into account the concerns and feedback of the community, then we would have never gotten the Civil Rights Act passed.
That is not what I said.
That's exactly. Do you remember referring to the Civil Rights Act?
I remember referring to the Civil Rights Act as an example of something where you can take multiple different points of view into account and also understand that there are policy perspectives at play and try to craft political strategies to address the very real needs of a community. And again, if this had been something where there was some misunderstanding, we both went our separate ways, I still think it would be insane for you to bring this up at a public meeting in this context. But I sat there and I explained to you, and I'm happy to explain to everyone, and I've been very clear about my approach to policymaking is that we have inputs. A community engagement process is not some sort of vote on a thing. Why are we here sitting here? Why are we here sitting here if everything is a vote on a referendum? A community engagement process, by its very nature, I've been involved in tons of them, all right? Often the folks that are the most engaged are the folks that feel the strongest about a thing. And that is really important feedback to have because we have to take into account all sorts of different feedbacks. That is our role. That's why people voted for us to do that. And a community engagement process is there to solicit all sorts of feelings. Hopes, dreams, concerns, the whole 9 yards of it. And our job, this is why it's a really difficult job, is to synthesize that and to try to convert that into public policy that serves the interests of the community. And to have that approach to that general approach, which I explained to you, communicated back to me that I think we should ignore the community is insane. I'm going to go use the bathroom.
I mean, I say that.
No, excuse me. Jean, if you'd like to make a public statement.
It's very upsetting. I'm offended. And that you're putting that out there in the public.
I think the public has
Would
a
you-
right to
would you
know
like
about
to-
what our own personal views are. You know, Ms. Skeen says in essence, we shouldn't listen to the public because basically, 12% the people who, I think I wrote down her exact words, were,
I mean, I will also
the
say that.
loudest voices get to get to drive the public view, and that we shouldn't be based on emotion and anecdotes. And, there's this view out there that we shouldn't listen to the people who show up here week after week, meeting after meeting after meeting, and not take their views into consideration.
No one.
I have not heard anyone say that at a public meeting. I'm going to allow Jean to explain her position at a public meeting here as a public statement. So
And for you
go
to
ahead,
say
Jean.
that when Michael has also drafted this document, taking all of the community input that we've gotten from our office hour sessions, from our public engagement sessions, from the public meetings, from the open house, and the survey results, and map that to map every concern, a solution for every concern, that it's just untrue and it's really unfair, and I'm really disappointed.
We have
Would
in
you like
backup,
to say
we have
something
in
about-
backup, right now, we have in backup the work, and it might be a bad work product, but we have in backup a work product that I have spent countless hours of my life on specifically to try to convert the concerns and the values into policy, and to insinuate that I just did that because I didn't care.
Fred, I'd like
It's
to
just
rephrase my
insane.
question, because.
No, I believe that both council members here have explained their position in public, on the record. I have personally observed both of these council members going out and speaking to members of the public and asking their opinions, and being present at open houses and being present at various community engagement events. And I have observed, changes in position and changes in proposals based on what has become of the public. So I consider this matter closed for discussion at this time.
Okay, then
I believe that.
I am going to ask again, to each of us say, how are we including community feedback? Because I have to tell you, I have heard overwhelmingly, I'm not listened to, I'm lectured at. I've been told, oh, I hear you, but I'm going to vote anyway for 5 stories, right? Including these small open houses that we've gone to in our homes. We just got an email today say, I don't get email responses back from council. I feel like no one is listening. So then let's go on the record and say, yes, I am incorporating community feedback, and here is where I am willing to budge and incorporate that feedback.
And I spent 20 odd pages trying to connect feedback into specifics rather than just having this very high level discussion. And I've spent a ton of time trying to be productive, to work in good faith rather than stunningly bad faith towards actual outcomes.
Let's stop here. I don't feel that's in order at this time. I think that we are individual council members and we have our own judgment to make decisions. How we make the decisions is up to us. It is not something that needs to be discussed further. And ultimately, any vote that we make, it is on us. You have to live with your vote, right? Any vote that you make, it's your responsibility entirely. So ultimately, that is how it breaks down to in this system, is that we are all making votes based on our judgment, and it is our responsibility. And demanding explanations for how we make votes is not appropriate.
Are we using
I am going to ask these folks to sit down because we have moved beyond the poll. So you guys can have a seat. And we will proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is a statement of principles which incorporates a lot of the survey results as part of the discussion. So I think it's very obvious.
Okay, so I'm
It will
sorry, I
become
just want to
obvious
clarify. So
momentarily.
Michael, you did a 28-page document that did not.
Sandy, I said this is out of order.
Fred, you have to give individual members, so I'm just gonna say then, right, like this is where I'd ask. So Michael, I appreciate you did this 28-page document. It didn't come from a committee.
Okay,
This
when
was
I
yours.
tried to bring this topic to a committee so that we could have discussions on this, I was told no. We had to bring this to the full body. So, did it come through the committee? Well, when I pitched that, I've been working through the process as it was outlined to me at each point, and we kept spinning out.
This was my decision as council president to put it on the agenda, so you don't have to answer that. I decided to put this on the agenda based on our prior discussions and based on the constant requests from the community to say, why are you doing this? Why are we voting on this? So this is coming out of a lot of questions, both from the community and from council members, to put this on the agenda and to have a discussion of why are we doing this. So it was my decision, and it was based on a lot of feedback. So I would like to proceed through this. It's getting late. I think we're all
I did not
starting to
get feedback to this, so I'm,
Well, I understand.
okay.
And when I sent it out, I indicated that council members could send me feedback and that tonight was here for us to be able to walk through this piece by piece and start discussing it.
And you and I had several conversations where I suggested that if you had suggestions that you wanted to incorporate, you could put them out to council members. So we've all had opportunities to look at this and to make comments.
When was the first opportunity I had to look at this 181-page document? Friday afternoon. You informed me Friday at the retirement party that this was coming. This was the first time that I learned that there was a 181-page document of a statement of principles, which is supposed to be the overarching document for our discussions, which seems a little odd to be putting forward in the middle of a process. And you expect us to go through and have the opportunity, when I have a full-time job and other commitments, to go through a 181-page document and be fully prepared to comment on this tonight, Fred?
So there was 23 pages of the normal thing, and then the other was an updated version of a document that was just a policy background and basis that has been available to the public and to council members in an earlier form and now in an updated form since last August.
Right. But and how do I know that unless I've reviewed the entire document, Michael?
And the point of the 23 pages was that we were going to work through it at the meeting as a body so we could have a structured discussion rather than popcorning off.
Right.
Like we have done in the past.
I don't anticipate that we are going to get through all of these topics tonight. It's obviously late, but we got to get going somehow. It's been, in our packets for a week. The statement of principles, the stuff past the statement of principles is almost all the planning commission recommendations, which we've had for 8 months now. So there's very little in here, and a lot of the rest of it has come up in discussions before. There's very little in here that should be new. So I would like to start going through the statement of principles, and it was my belief that we had general agreement as to the statement of principles. This is looking
you have
at
never asked me that, Fred. And in fact, you did say, well, you can write a document. And my response was, I don't think any individual council member should be writing a statement of principles. And
this is a proposal for the body to discuss.
Okay, so I would
which
just
we have done as a matter of process on various things in the past.
Okay, I'm just saying, it was not an unwillingness, it's that this process is, I thought we were leaning on the planning commission. So you know what my thesis sentence would be? Council values the community-authored comprehensive plan if formally approved. We respect the perspectives and lived experience of our constituents, and we will let both guide the well-being of our community. That's what I would do.
Okay. So please write that down, and then send that, and I will try to incorporate that into another version of the document. Because we're not getting through the entire document. The point of this was to be able to actually discuss these things.
But we don't have what are we discussing? We're still waiting for the planning commission and the county to come and bring us their evaluation of missing middle. This is where I'm saying
we're not waiting on anything.
We've received a batch of recommendations, and now we are providing additional direction on those recommendations. That is
Tuesday morning. We gave a directive to Jennifer to take back to Planning Commission to give us additional information, as she explained tonight, so we could be informed for this document. You're putting the cart before the horse.
Let me answer.
They have at least three deliverables to us.
Can we take a straw poll as council, because council speaks as a body, on whether having the structure before us is a way to proceed in this policy conversation. I put it together, so obviously
There's
I
no
think
vote on the agenda, Michael. You can't
a-
put on the agenda
a
a
straw
vote.
poll on, in terms
No,
of.
I mean, I think it's, okay, look, you've asked questions for Jennifer, which I think are appropriate for our final vote, right?
They're appropriate for there are recommendations in here, Fred. At the end, one of the problems with this document is that there are actually recommendations. It says affirmatively, we ask the planning commission to do this. This is with a lack of full information because we're still waiting for some major deliverables, which we've asked for. How can we be telling them, we want you to move forward on 5B as proposed without getting that information, which is in this document?
I would like to move through A, okay? A is the statement of principles, which is talking about why we are doing this. I don't believe that there are any requests to planning commission. I don't believe that there are any, anything that's going to require us to do any research. This is explaining why.
I just asked Adam about, the missing middle, and he said, we didn't get to that yet, we'll have it. We're still waiting.
They've made us recommendations on the signal.
We have the 4A, we haven't gone through the entire.
Yeah, they were proposing
about
stuff for
other zoning
3A,
districts.
3B, and 3C, which is out of order at this time. We're not discussing 3A, 3B, and 3C. I'd like to, but that's a topic for the future.
Completely different.
We're not going to discuss those right now. So yeah, they had talked about generating some recommendations for other zoning districts that are not on the table right now.
Okay.
And we haven't even,
I just asked the 4A scenario, and I asked about the Lower Marion housing ownership, and said, in fact, I'll send it to you, Adam. We haven't got the 6 essential
we
questions.
will have those for probably our next business meeting, I would guess.
Okay, so you want to agree to this?
I am
And then
saying that
go
A
to
is a
Q.
statement of principles, which is kind of a background. Is let's see, why are we doing this? And I believe that why are we doing this isn't going to change based on some discussion of the missing middle or some discussion based on ownership in Lower Marion. It's still why we're doing this. So
But you're asking us to agree that the section summarizes major reasons?
A1, I'm just going to start reading, all right?
Okay.
A1, historic preservation. Most of the borough is currently covered by the Narberth Historic District, which requires preservation of most buildings built on or before 1945. Council continues to support the Historic District and the Historic Preservation Ordinance and seeks to manage growth and community needs within that context. And this is coming from it refers to comprehensive plan goals. Ensure municipal codes provide adequate standards and appropriate land uses within the borough to preserve existing residential land use patterns and district neighborhood character. Protect the borough's historic properties as integral to its character and sense of place. Develop policies and regulations to incentivize the preservation and appropriate alteration of historic properties. All right, so the key clause here, council continues to support the historic district and the historic preservation ordinance and seeks to manage growth and community needs within that context. Does anybody object to this particular statement? Okay. Let's move on to A2, zoning authority. Council acknowledges that state law requires that the provisions of zoning ordinances shall be designed to provide for the use of land within the municipality for residential housing of various dwelling types, encompassing all basic forms of housing, including single-family and two-family dwellings, and a reasonable range of multifamily dwellings in various arrangements, and to accommodate reasonable overall community growth, including population and employment growth, and opportunities for development of a variety of residential dwelling types and non-residential uses. So these are quotes. Michael, can you tell me where those quotes come from?
Those come from the municipality's planning code,
okay.
which
that binds
regulates
us, obviously.
Yes, which is where we draw our authority from, and it outlines the boundaries and what the expectations of us as a municipality operating with zoning authority are.
All right. Objections. This is language from the state code, so hopefully. I mean, I don't think we can really not follow the state code. Okay, housing. Council believes it is important that Narberth manages growth in a way that provides spaces for all types of housing in a variety of sizes, configurations, and tenure types, ownership and rental, including starter homes, non-starter detached homes, attached homes, small multiplexes and condos, apartment condo buildings, and mixed-use buildings to help meet the range of residents' needs over the course of their lives. And there's a variety of citations from the comprehensive plan, maintain housing diversity and mix of housing types to support the needs of residents regardless of age or ability, explore how development regulations can be linked to the provision of affordable housing, transportation alternatives, and energy efficient buildings, promote the attractive reuse or redevelopment of properties whose buildings have become functionally obsolete, promote land uses that support the borough's walkability and transit amenities, promote diversity and social inclusion of all residents, especially underserved and vulnerable populations, enable successful redevelopment of Montgomery Avenue as a mixed-use corridor. Anyone have objections to this language? Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Jim?
No, I have no objection, but, okay, I mean, you did mention possibly decommissioning the business district and turning it into, I mean, I'm talking.
I did. I mean, that's where I feel like we're creeping into policy here.
That means so are we going to affirm that this is, I mean, I would like to affirm that Montgomery Ave is a business district and.
Enable successful redevelopment, I mean, it's a comprehensive plan.
Well, that's from the comprehensive plan. So we would need to amend the comprehensive plan if we wanted to change that. I don't recommend we do that through this process.
Yeah, I only mention it because it came up earlier and I want to make sure we agree, you know. Yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
All right. A4, quality, you know, if you have a disagreement, you know, we have time. Feel free.
One question, just in terms of complete, I'm fine with all the goals as articulated, and I don't know whether it goes here or somewhere else. It's sort of implied at the earlier sections about preservation, but there is something in the code, sorry, not the code, it's getting late. The comp plans, thank you, about assuring in Montgomery Avenue, the mixed-use corridor, also, you know, assuring transition to the adjacent neighborhoods. And I don't remember the exact language, but I do remember seeing it in the comp plan. And I don't know whether it belongs here or.
Do you know offhand citation, or just what he's referring to?
I'd have to look it up.
Okay, well,
but there's some language there, and it belongs in there somewhere, I think.
Okay, I think there's another, let's see.
I might be able to find it, because I had highlighted it.
I know where it is.
I think it should probably go into A6, which is, I think it should go into A6.
It's in.
Yeah, maybe it should go in A6.
All right, we'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
All right, well, that will give
Fair enough.
Michael time to track it. All right. That was A3. A4, quality of life, businesses, schools, parks, and mobility options. Council believes it is important that Narberth manages growth in a way that expands the local customer base to support our businesses, expands the volunteer base to support our civic organizations, supports the fiscal sustainability of the school district, supports the borough's ability to regularly improve and maintain its park system, and thus supports the many activities and organized leagues that use our park system, and supports the ridership base to support our transit amenities, all of which will help continue to support Narberth as a desirable place to live and work. So the comprehensive plan goals are encourage appropriate land uses to support commercial development along Haverford Avenue and Montgomery Avenue, promote land uses that support the borough's walkability and transit amenities, foster creation of local job and employment opportunities through growth of diverse businesses offering essential services, boutique and specialty shopping, and dining opportunities to attract residents and visitors, and enables successful redevelopment of Montgomery Avenue as a mixed-use corridor. And then there's a note from the comp plan as well. A growth in the number of multifamily housing units in Narberth could reduce the enrollment burden on the school district because these housing types tend to house fewer children than single-family units.
I had just one comment on the school district and that particular comment in particular. I'm not sure that that is still of as much a concern as it was at the time that the comp plan was written, because actually the enrollment projections show enrollment going down. So, and I've talked to the school board members about that. So I'm not sure that that's as big a concern. Like, I don't know, you know, supports the fiscal sustainability of the school district. It's actually sort of those demographics have shifted a lot. I'm sure you've seen lots of stuff in the paper about how, the birth rate's going down. And so there's actual...
Yeah, I mean, I think they still like their tax base to go up without a lot more students. Like, if they if their tax base goes up and they don't have to serve a lot more students.
No, it's talking about the enrollment burden.
Right.
In particular, I don't think that there is, that's particularly as much of a concern, just as a...
I think that's what this is saying, though. When the enrollment goes down, it actually makes the school district less fiscally sustainable.
Well, it depends.
No.
I mean,
I'm talking about the bullet point.
Yeah, I think that they have to take, if they have a lot of kids and not a lot of tax base, it's a problem. If they have fewer kids and a bigger tax base, so I'm not sure
it's just this one bullet point that says a growth in the number of multifamily units could reduce the enrollment burden on the school district because these housing types tend to house fewer children than single family units. The idea is apartments have fewer kids.
Well, so the reason I put it in there was both because of up top we're talking about the sustainability of the school district as a whole, including the fiscal sustainability, which is very important, and because members of the public have asked us about this. This is why I put that in there.
Yeah.
But do we need to fact check this, it sounds like?
That's what I have.
We could try to take something from a more recent publication from the school district.
I think we should talk to Curry and the school board to get more.
We could find they have an annual report, so we could take something from their annual report.
This online, and again, we were quoting out of our comprehensive.
Council, if I may, Adam has offered to provide us with some information from the current projections.
Thank you, that's great.
So we do school enrollment projections for the American School District. And so in the latest 2024 report, the number of students per unit in multifamily rentals, 0.11 students per unit.
Right.
So it's negligible impact on the school district. However, we don't have the fiscal impact that you're asking, but it makes sense that they be paying into the school district.
Yes.
It's not a burden.
And I will note that if we look in the backup, I pulled the data that we had available from the projections. It breaks it out by development, and I used the Maybrook and the Elm as recent examples in our immediate area, and the tax revenues to the school district from both of those entities. So if people are interested in that information, it is in the backup to the statement.
My point is only, I don't think there's a fiscal point that's valid, right? But I think the enrollment burden actually is not, there isn't an enrollment issue. The schools aren't over-enrolled. They're not busting at the seams the way they were 5-10 years ago.
We can take it out if folks would like it out. I had it in there because folks have asked us about that issue, and I saw that in the comprehensive plan, but I'm happy to remove it if folks don't want it in there.
I think it should be in there because we've had that question so many times.
I agree.
Okay. All right, let's move on to A5, fiscal responsibility. Council generally expects the cost of providing public services, including labor, materials, and professional services, among other things, to likely increase in the coming years. Accordingly, Council believes it is important that Narberth expand the local tax base to support fiscal sustainability, quality public services, and the borough's ability to maintain critical infrastructure in a state of good repair, including parks, sidewalks, sewers, and other borough-owned assets at a reasonable tax rate. So the comp plan goals: protect and enhance parks and open space resources throughout the borough, maintain all borough-owned property in a state of good repair, practice effective communications and fiscal responsibility across all aspects of borough operations.
So I don't know that my goal is to expand the local tax base. We just instituted an EIT and we're made whole. We look at those projections. I mean, again, I would like those figures that I will, with full disclosure, say I threw in Claude and AI, and I have absolutely no idea if it's relevant. But I don't know that we need to add more people to stay whole financially. Those numbers, that I've not seen those numbers yet. So a goal of mine is not to increase Narberth to expand the local tax base. And I know you two have done numbers, but I'm talking about the Planning Commission and the county who we asked to do this. Yeah, I think we need to be fiscally responsible. I just don't think we should, I'm not comfortable saying being fiscally responsible is dependent upon expanding the local tax base.
Can we get a sense of the prevailing sentiment of the body?
Does anybody agree with Cindy that expanding the local tax base should not be a priority for council?
I actually thought that this was, I was going to suggest that this be a height. I don't know if these are supposed to be in order of priority, but if they were, I actually think this is a priority. Because for me, the why in large part of why we're doing this is we look at our long-term capital plan, we can't cover it. You know, the only way we can cover it, and I said this at the last meeting, it's a multi-million-dollar shortfall, is either raising the taxes of our residents or our businesses, or expanding the number of people who are paying the taxes. So
I would just like to see those figures from the county to demonstrate what does it look like if it's.
You'd like to see the difference between different kinds of development of the same lot size?
Mm-hmm.
That'd certainly be useful, but I mean, I think I agree with the sentiment, that what's a big concern of mine, that Lower Merion is able to add, a lot to their tax base, which contributes a lot to their bottom line and a lot to their ability to provide the services that people are accustomed to. In Narberth, the residents expect services that are sort of on par with Lower Merion. We're just, our ability to maintain that through tax base alone is fleeting as the further we go out, and I just want to say that, I worry about that growing differential across the border between Narberth and Lower Merion, where we have ever increasing taxes in Narberth. They'll increase in Lower Merion too, but we have futures that have the potential to veer away from each other if we maintain our exclusionary zoning here. And we really do have exclusionary elements in our zoning code. That is expensive to maintain that. We don't want to become a fully bedroom community in Narberth. We want to support our district, support our business district. We want to maintain a healthy growth, like the state even mandates that we do, maintain a healthy growth. And for our own good, we really should keep an eye on this. So I'm fully in support of this statement.
But I would just ask, and Michael, back to your point, we've gotten this so many times, well then how much is too much? Mm-hmm. So if you had those numbers, you could say.
Yeah, but Cindy,
we know that these dynamics are real, and we're talking about the general dynamics.
Michael did some analysis. So what I would suggest is that we show, that Adam takes a look at Michael's numbers that are in the packet, and if he sees any topic of concern, then we ask him to tell us what's wrong with them, and otherwise.
And not the planning. This is again what I'm looking at. So Michael's doing the analysis.
Well, we're already. Basically, we've already got an analysis. If it's far, it's looking at recent buildings in the borough, so it's looking at direct. You can look and point at the buildings it's looking at. So I think that if we got. It's just a way to save effort, We're asking for a lot of stuff.
Step back. This is a more general principle. I don't want to getting in the weeds how we implement this.
Well, this is what Cindy asked for.
Right.
I agree with you.
We get it. How much is too much? What's the end point from this?
Well, that's a different question. I think your first question was, does the borough get a solid? What kind of financial impact is there for different building types in the same lot?
Yeah.
Right. So that's a concrete question that Michael has looked at within the borough. I'm just suggesting that we have Adam, check his work essentially and confirm that it's valid.
And if you look at reports about these things, just in a general level, obviously I tried to pull the Narberth specific hyper-local data because I figured people would want that, but at a higher level, you just have to look at what planning agencies and entities and planning professionals recommend. This is not controversial.
And I thought Jim was going to make a different point, and it's a little bit anecdotal, but I had a friend who lived in the Elm, and when we raised the EIT, he called me up and he said, Mike, I could move across the street to the other side to the Thomas Wynn Apartments, get just as nice an apartment, and my tax bill would go down by $10,000. He's like, you're getting to the point where I wouldn't move into Narberth because of the tax differential each year. So I you know, we gotta be cognizant of that. To Jim's point, you know, like, we can't price ourselves, I mean, we could price ourselves from a tax perspective out of desirability because you can live within walking distance of downtown Narberth and pay a heck of a lot less in taxes at either Thomas Wayne or what's the Maybrook, right? He was actually talking about Maybrook, not Thomas Wayne.
Yeah, Maybrook Spencer.
So
I'm just saying that we have gotten the question multiple times, how much is too much, when does the density end? And I do want to, Michael, not that, like, I know this is your agenda, you are so transparent on, I ran for council for this. If you now are a third entity researching this, we should also name that, so that it's the planning commission, it's the county, and it's Michael doing this analysis.
I would actually, I think all council members should do this analysis. I mean, this has major implications for our budget, and for us to vote on budgets and vote on tax increases without understanding these things.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
so you did your own research as well, right?
Well,
I mean, so.
no, I prefaced with, I'm not a planner, this is not my expertise, but honestly, this is why we hire our staff. And we use county resources, like, we don't need seven.
They gave us a
why I'm
bucket of
suggesting-
recommendations that we're trying to discuss.
That's why I'm
We're
suggesting.
moving forward, this is the new dynamic.
And I would just say.
I'm sorry, Cindy?
No, like, this is added, we've added the third prong of analysis. Okay.
I'm sorry if
All right,
policymakers want to dispense with their responsibilities to make informed decisions.
And I would say just the alternative to that is either raising our taxes or cutting our services. And I am pretty confident that most of our community do not want either of those things.
Great. Yeah, I'm just, again, was waiting to hear from the county and everything.
And I think that's part of the feedback that at least I got talking to the community is when I explain the why, even to people who start off being fairly against any additional density, and I explain the why. And in fact, after the last meeting, one of my neighbors emailed me and said, "Thank you for finally giving me the why. Now I get it."
Right, I don't
So
disagree.
here's some-
Again, I'm just saying, I would like the follow-up of, then when is it enough?
The details. Yeah, I agree.
A6, addressing concerns and impacts, and Mike, I thought this might be.
Yeah.
The council is committed to achieving the above goals in a manner that considers the surrounding built environment and land use context, and addresses concerns, including but not limited to parking, building design standards, landscaping and buffering, screening, lighting, and other such impacts. Then the comprehensive plan goal is ensure municipal codes provide adequate standards and appropriate land uses within the borough to preserve existing residential land use patterns and distinct neighborhood character. This is
And then there was, I don't know, Michael, if you can find it, but if you could.
Yes, I know the exact
You know what I'm
reference.
talking about, where it talks about the transition areas.
Yep,
If we could
I
add
made
that
that
in,
note.
I'd be
Okay.
highly appreciative.
Any other comments here?
Yeah, I think we would need to radically defend then why we would change a setback from 25 feet to 10 feet. Because if the goal is to preserve existing residential land use patterns and neighborhood character, the burden then is on the planning commission to say, well, we're gonna change that setback.
I mean, it's tough because a lot of existing borough buildings are not conforming with setbacks. Like most of our existing apartments, you couldn't build them at all these days. They use too much impervious, the setbacks are long, they don't have enough parking. So to some extent, altering our code a bit, and I know I've brought this up before, but none of our houses that we own are conforming with our code. So to some extent, reducing some of these rules is really allowing some of the properties that currently exist in Narberth to be built, because you couldn't build Narberth today. It is a code violation, almost all of these properties.
Yeah, and providing a range of mix of housing types so that a range of mix of peoples, because Narberth at its core is NARBS. This is a core component of the discussion. So obviously we're dealing with these things. We're dealing with what it means to balance setbacks with housing types. And that's our role as council.
One of the things I've heard, and I keep I struggled a little bit with distinct neighborhood character because we heard this from at least one constituent, and it was in the opinion piece. Is that when you use words like distinct neighborhood character, that is a code word for keeping. So I wonder if there's. I mean, I know that's what it says in the planning, in the comprehensive plan. But I wonder if there's a different
architectural term.
Way,
To
characterize that, because I don't want people to read that and say, use that as an excuse.
We could change neighborhood character to architectural character. Or we could just say existing residential.
I know.
We could cut off the quote. Preserve existing residential land use patterns. Period.
No, I think that the theme of that was the architectural uniqueness of our town. I mean, the spirit of that was not, coded racism language, but it was the scale and the scope of our town. So I think that needs to be
but the problem is this is a quote from the
comprehensive
plan. Actually, that was one of my questions, Michael, is like, are we adopting these goals as our goals in this document, or can we add our own goal, or say, for purposes of clarification, our goal is not to, or to clean that language up to make it clear that what we're not saying is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
We could add a footnote if we wanted to make note of it, or we could start adding other goals. I would suggest we keep it limited to the comprehensive plan, because I think the theory was that we were connecting back our general approach and statement of the why, effectively statement of principles, back to our guiding document, and demonstrating that connective tissue. But we can approach this however the body wants to approach this, but maybe to address the specifics of what you've raised, it's simple enough to add some sort of footnote that acknowledges.
Yeah, Mike, why don't you just try to come up with some language?
Yeah. Okay.
We're not going to pass this in any way, so why don't you work on like an extra sentence or two that we can just add to that. But
sticking out there.
All right. I'm hearing broad agreement from most of us on these topics, so that's good. I'd like to skip ahead to C briefly here. C is just our plan for how to proceed further beyond this. So the statement of principles, obviously, is pretty general. It doesn't involve any policy directives. B is a summary of community feedback. So we'll see if there's appetite to go over that right now. But C is really pretty simple. It is the terms of the discussion. So C1, this discussion shall be limited to the 5B and 4A zoning districts as they exist today on the zoning map, and shall not include expanding or changing these zoning districts' boundaries. Additionally, council specifies that council has no interest in changing or plans to change the zoning district designation of South Narberth Avenue. All right, so it's just saying we're not going to move beyond what we can.
My only comment is, do we want to make clear that we will be discussing other districts in the future?
That's like months out. I mean, I don't think it's
connected, Fred.
Yeah, but I don't want people in the public to think like we're stopping here.
Right.
We never say it anywhere.
We don't have a specific. Well,
I just think we should make it clear in here that we will be addressing it down the line in other areas, so that people don't come back and say, "Oh, you didn't tell us that you were."
All right. Technically, it's only saying we're not going to change the zoning district designation of South Narberth. Right. That means mostly in 3B. We're saying we're not going to take South Narberth Avenue out of 3B.
I think what he's saying is that we're saying this says we're going to be limited to 5B and 4A, and we don't want to take other discussions off the table in 6 months, a year.
It's the very first sentence.
So I think it's the first sentence. This is the discussion at this time.
Yeah, or something like that.
This period.
Yeah. All right. Or shall be initially limited? How about
this current discussion? We can come up with this.
C could be titled current policy discussion, perhaps.
Maybe
we'll just title it current
beginning
policy discussion. All right.
sounds fine.
That sounds fine. All right, height discussion, council specifies that this discussion shall be limited to considering the possibility of allowing 5 stories in the 5B district along the commercial section of Montgomery Avenue and of allowing 4 stories in the 4A district. Council will not consider any amendments above these specified limits. We're not going to go higher.
Shouldn't it be allowing 4 or 5 stories in the 5B?
Well, I think we're saying we're not going to go above 5. So we could go, we could stay below 5, but we're not going to discuss it. We're not going to, 6 is out, right?
Right, but it says, the way it literally is written, it shall be limited to considering the possibility of allowing 5 stories in the 5B district.
Oh, sorry, I understand. The intent was
a maximum.
A maximum,
So
yes.
maybe.
We can clarify that.
Yeah, definitely.
But, again, I don't think this is controversial. We're not talking about anything bigger. Okay?
One thought also, I like that point, allowing a maximum of 5 and a maximum of 4 in 4A. Also, it may be helpful just for clarity how, it says at the end of the first line, to considering the possibility of, and then maybe in the end, just before of allowing 4 stories, just repeat the possibility of.
Yeah.
Just so it's clear. Thanks.
Do we want to acknowledge that there are commenters here who want to go above 5 stories? Like, are we not?
I'm sure if we were taking, no, because council is not considering it at this time. We are getting more, like if the developers came to us and told us what they wanted, I mean, who knows? It'd be
Just pointing out that we are getting community feedback in the other direction too, and I don't want to be accused of ignoring that either.
I mean, I think if...
Okay.
However, this discussion is limited. Okay. Council is not going to discuss anything above 5 at this time. I mean, it's just... Okay, council anticipates taking up the current zone discussion in 3 phases. Well, this is just the way the document is broken up. So the 4A district, the 5B district, and then conversations about parking mandates.
We're not going to have separate... The parking shouldn't be subsumed within each of those, because I think they're probably different for 4A and 5B. So I kind of feel like we should be discussing parking within 4A.
There are like some changes that we can make, like shared lots or changes to visitor parking or stuff that would apply to all districts. It would not just be. I don't know.
General. I mean, there are minor variations by zoning district, but in general, the approach to parking mandates in our zoning code is mostly cross-cutting. I mean, there are some differentiations, and we could kind of differentiate, but I mean, we're a small borough, and so I mean, I think probably parking is like a topic in and of itself. So even if we wanted to discuss differentiation, not presuming whether we should or we shouldn't, even if we wanted to, we might want to do that within the context of it being its own bucket of thing.
I mean, we could always come back after talking about parking if we wanted to revisit something.
I guess I'm a little confused because certainly some of the amendments to the 4A district include changing the parking requirements specifically within 4A, or is that 0.7 meant to be a change to the code overall?
I think that because Planning Commission was talking about 2 zoning districts, they came to us and they packaged everything into just those 2 zoning districts. But reasonably, if we had decided to go or decide to go down the route of doing some sort of flexibility bonus, you would probably the most salient kind of housing type for that is apartment/mixed-use buildings, and those are already limited in the areas where they're allowed to date. So
it's
probably
tied to
just
typology.
Cross-cutting, yeah.
I mean, I don't feel strongly about this. It just, I feel like we're going to end up talking about parking within each of the first 2 bullet points as well.
Given that it's 10 after 11, can we just probably agree that parking's going to come up at each conversation? I mean,
Yeah,
do we
let's just
are we
include it.
following
That's
it
what
through
I'm
the
hearing.
letter of the law?
Yeah, all right. So we'll just include parking. I mean, right now it's separated out in this document, but we'll bring it back in. All right. And then it just says that we ask that Planning Commission provide exhibits illustrating the height and allowable massing under the proposed amendments compared to current requirements. We already saw the fourth story. They gave us an illustration. So this is asking for the fifth story on Montgomery and for the fourth story on the 4A. And then the design and form requirements associated with a stacked townhouse building design typology. Now this is a new concept that we have talked about internally within council. It hasn't really. Well, Cindy, so your request was to address missing middle.
Right, but there's a heck of a lot more than stacked townhousing. You know, if you
Right,
look at
but we don't have stacked townhousing in our code. Like we don't have any description of it. We don't have a typology. So we could, tomorrow agree on, allowing row homes according to our code. But we couldn't tomorrow agree on stacked townhouses because we don't have a typology. We don't have like a form. So it's just a description for further analysis.
Yeah, the point was that if we were going to create a housing typology, we would want them to come back with the regulations of what that housing typology and kind of like a mock-up of what it is.
Yeah, I don't think we
Let's
need.
add more to that, because do we have cottage clusters or tiny
We
houses?
have, cottages exist as a housing typology, so cottage court as a thing is not a typology in and of itself, it's a site layout. I actually do think we should get to that at some point, but that doesn't have anything to do with this. That's more of a site layout type thing. And technically you could come through today in the districts where cottages are allowed, I believe, and try to request a conditional use for multiple sites on a lot. But this is really talking about the physical form standards and trying to identify physical form standards for a new typology if we decide to create a new typology.
So I would like to hear that, because that was one of the questions that we posed to add in the county.
Which one? Stacked townhouses?
No, missing middle. So I would like to hear from the county and the planning commission, what are the other possibilities as well? And not limited to just stacked housing.
I think that they are looking to us for direction, and the more that we do not give them clear direction on what direction the body wants to head at, the more we're just going to ping pong back and forth unproductively.
Okay,
let me start by saying, so we have a proposal to ask Planning Commission for details on the stacked townhouses. Does anybody have an objection to that?
No.
Okay. So, Cindy, your request is
Yes.
what exactly?
I'm looking at the residential infill property in Portland, and they have cottage clusters.
We have cottages in our code.
Right.
Cottage clusters is a layout. It's not there's not going to be differing design standards. That is specified around how they are laid out on a site.
Okay.
Which is a broader conversation that we should have at some point, but it is not relevant to this.
To me, it is relevant to know what are the other.
What is your other?
The housing typology.
Michael, I'm asking Adam. I would like what other missing middle, because you're coming back to us with that question, and what should be added to that, aside from just stacked townhouses?
Muse homes were created at
So
one point.
Planning Commission actually designed like a guideline for, I believe it was cottage clusters and Muse. So we could find that document.
So then we have pending recommendations then, presumably. If
All right.
I remember Muse because we have the
All right. So we'll get
primary
the
author of Muse Homes sitting at the dais.
Yes, uses, cottage cluster, ADU clusters.
It's just missing from this document. They should be mentioned.
Did you support them when they came forward before?
Absolutely.
Okay. I wasn't sure why they didn't get adopted in the code.
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
I don't remember. That's what I want to look at. Why are,
So let's get that document recirculated to council because that's what you're asking for.
I wasn't sure what you're concerned about the cottages or I voted against that ordinance when it came through.
But a cottage cluster to me, and I want to understand this, not 11 o'clock at night, is not just a smaller house in a single lot. What does, and again, I'm referring to this RI, where imagine a cluster of tiny houses or cottages.
Yeah, sure. I wasn't sure if you had any concerns
All
about
right.
cottages.
So we have a planning commission document. We'll recirculate it. Okay. All right. I am going to call it here. I think it's 11:15. We have a couple small agenda items to go through. I don't think we can proceed further at this point, really. We're moving pretty nicely at this point, but we're all going to crush our moments.
We're going to come back to B, right?
Yeah, we're going to come back to B. So next meeting, we'll start on B, and then we'll go to B. B again ought to be, I mean, it'll take time to read, but I don't think it's going to be controversial. This is primarily looking at the feedback that we've received and like how we're responding to the feedback. It's not policy direction exactly. So take a look at it. I think if you have objections to it, let us know. Let me know in advance. But again, I think we ought to proceed pretty quickly, and then we'll get to the actual meat of the proposals. Okay. So any objection to moving on at this point? No. Okay, let's go to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda items?
I move to approve the consent agenda items for approval 10A through F.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by John. Any discussion of the consent agenda?
I think we just want to recognize Rick.
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
So we received the resignation of Rick Giles from the Shade Tree Commission, and I wish we weren't doing this 11:15 at night. Maybe we can recognize him at the next meeting in person. Rick has done a heck of a job for all of us. I have a tree in my front yard planted by him and his, do I call you a crony? Helper? Elf?
I think I dug that hole.
Yeah, I think Jim dug the hole.
It's
for
an
me.
oak, right?
Yep, and, but he's, he served on planning, on Shade Tree Commission for 10 years. He's done just an extraordinary job. I think so many of us have trees on our properties, and if not on our properties, on our neighbors' properties that we've been able to enjoy. It's enhanced the borough as a whole. We've relied on his expertise for when there's new buildings in terms of the types of trees that should be planted, coming up with a suggested appropriate tree list that's appropriate for the space, is non-invasive, et cetera, and it's a real loss. From my perspective, it's a real loss for our community that he has unfortunately had to resign, but I just want to make sure, even at this late hour, that we recognize his extraordinary service to the community.
I was going to say something if you hadn't. Yes, thank you to Mr. Shirley's for his years and years of service, and you can look around and concretely see his effect on the borough. Any other discussion? All right, let's vote on consent agenda items A through F. All those in favor? Okay, it is unanimous. We have one consideration item, vegetation and parking adoption of the ordinance.
I move to adopt ordinance 1071, vegetation and parking.
Second.
Okay.
Happy to give another brief explanation. This results in consistency of having over sidewalks, an 8-foot clearance over the sidewalk, 14 feet over streets. That there's some inconsistencies on the code that cleans that up. It will be amending the code to allow a person to maintain shrubbery on their front yard, like hedges and such, at any height, so you don't have to keep it low. That's a change. However, you do have to keep it off of the sidewalk, and there must be an address sign that's visible from the road and a pedestrian pathway that's visible from the road, just for public safety purposes, so EMS can know where your house is and find the entryway if they need to get there. But you will still be allowed to have, again, the privacy hedges at the front. So that is what is included for the vegetation issues, the parking issues. It removes from the 2-hour parking restriction list the 200 block of Chestnut, the 100 block of South Essex, 200 block, 300 block, 400 block of South Essex. So again, that removes it from the 2-hour parking restrictions, and then it adds to the 2-hour parking restriction list the 300 block of Price Street on the odd side between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And then it amends the 2-hour parking restriction for 300 block of Price Street from Grayling to Montgomery, and amends that to restrict parking on both sides to restrictions just the east side only. So it would allow a restriction on just the east side of Price Street with the red block.
All right, thank you, Sister Walko. point out that we've already voted to advertise this ordinance, that the parking changes are at the request of residents. So, any further discussion?
Just one point regarding the, as John said, the 4-foot height of shrubs in the right of way, that restriction is being removed. However, in future meetings, we will be looking into sightline obstructions for intersection safety. So there may be coming up in certain areas where there's sightline obstructions that there will be not unlimited height for shrubs in the right of way.
All right.
Did I say that correctly?
That's correct, and also all around, just if it is protruding onto the sidewalk, that is going to be enforced as well. It's interfering with sight lines or pedestrian traffic.
And that's going to be enforced real soon now, so trim your shrubs and
back.
And we're giving out warnings for a while, right?
Oh, that's true.
Right.
I guess we are giving
They get
warnings.
warnings
It would still be
before
nice
they
if
get
you,
fined.
if you did it in advance of the warning. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, let's vote to adopt ordinance 1071 on vegetation and parking. All those in favor? Okay, this is unanimous. Reports in the packet, committee reports. I'm just going to table that till the next meeting. New business, old business, Memorial Day parade. Comments for the good council?
Just want to say Election Day, we once again are with that probably the highest turnout, at least on the contested side. We had close to 45% on the Democratic side. Not surprisingly, the Republican side was much lower because they didn't have any contests. But when I just very briefly looked through the county, I saw that once again we had one of the highest turnouts, if not the highest turnout overall. So I just want to commend my fellow citizens for getting out and exercising their civic duty. And we got a lot of good feedback over, for those of us who are working the polls all day. It was nice to see everybody out there.
Yep, thanks for coming out. So we will have a very, very brief executive session after this meeting to discuss a personnel matter. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of adjourning? Okay, we are adjourned. We'll take 2 minutes and then move on to exec session.